We are on the bridge of the Executor, flagship of the Empire. A superstar destroyer crewed by tens of thousands, terrified conscripts, competent officers, a few true believers, and Darth Vader's looming shadow. They are accustomed to being the apex predator of known space. Then reality fractures. 1 second, hyperspace transit. Next second, they snap into real space above a planet being choked by orbital fire. The bridge. Sensor alarms slam alive. The viewport reveals a burning planet, dozens of strange, asymmetrical warships locked in combat in orbit, a massive carrier, long night of solace, carving through UNSC forces, explosions flashing in orbital debris fields, dropships moving like insects toward the surface energy weapons. Unlike anything in Imperial doctrine, the Executor's crew does not cheer. They freeze. They are trained to dominate, not to be thrust into a battlefield they don't understand. Vader, he recognizes immediately, this is not the rebellion. This is not a skirmish. This is extermination. The Covenant fleet isn't trying to conquer Reach. They're sterilizing it, glassing, an act so absolute it would make the Imperial doctrine of fear look restrained. Vader's mind cold, strategic locks onto the truth. This enemy does not negotiate. This enemy does not exploit. This enemy erases. And he knows the Empire has never faced a foe like that. Admiral, he's thinking through the logistics even while shaking internally. Identify factions, 2 forces at war, unknown tech, determine if they're a threat, restore frames of reference. Star maps useless, IFF useless, comm signals indecipherable, hyperspace jump, unavailable until orientation recalibrated, meaning they're trapped. Then the emotional gut punch. If the Covenant can cut apart ships like this, what happens if they detect the Executor? Imperial officers are loyal until fear fractures them. Half of them start imagining death by alien fire. Others fantasize about using this war as proof of superiority to Vader. A few silently pray. A stormtrooper watching through the bridge viewport.
Sir, that's a whole fleet burning a planet. Why would anyone do that?
It's the first honest question spoken aloud. He sees Spartan boarding craft, ramming Covenant ships. He sees elites cutting through Marines like ritual sacrifice. He sees pelicans plummeting through atmosphere like meteors. And he realizes bravery doesn't always win. Sometimes bravery is just dying louder. The trooper had always been told the Empire was order and the rebellion chaos. But here, this is something worse. This is extinction. Fear is no longer abstract. It has teeth. There is a moment of collective clarity on the bridge. If they intervene, they might be annihilated by both sides. If they do nothing, an entire species dies. If they panic, they're dead anyway. Vader senses the terror and the truth beneath it. This war is not about territory, rebellion, or pride. This is survival versus genocide. That realization hits the crew harder than any explosion. Their empire suddenly feels small. Strategic thought, they have 3 options, none safe. Withdraw and leave a world to be destroyed. Attack Covenant ships and become a new target for extermination. Attempt communication knowing both sides might fire immediately. The bridge officers understand something brutal. There is no correct move. Every option ends in blood. Strategic reality. The Executor crew is blind, disoriented, and in an active kill zone where both factions are already firing at anything that moves. They have no diplomatic channels, no IFF identification, friend or foe, no understanding of terrain, factions, or objectives, unknown technological parity or inferiority, hyperspace unable to be calculated instantly, no idea whether they are outmatched or overwhelmingly dominant. Imperial doctrine never engages blind. The Empire uses overwhelming force, but only when they understand the battlefield. Charging unknown plasma weapons capable of melting continents would be suicide. Even the most fanatic Imperial officer knows this. The bridge crew is staring at genocide. Reach is being murdered in real time. Anyone with blood in their veins is horrified. The instinctive human reaction is,
We have to help them.
but emotional impulse collides with military fear.
If we act, we might doom ourselves instantly.
That tension fractures the room. Junior crew want to intervene, moral instinct. Adrenaline, horror command staff want to retreat, survival instinct. Training, disciplined stormtroopers silently panic, helplessness. Existential dread, the Admiral thinks. Logistics, we cannot act until we understand. Vader feels the fear and clarity. Emotional chaos around him sharpens his judgment. Vader's calculation.
This enemy wipes planets clean. That alone rewrites priorities.
He is ruthless, but not an idiot. He will not gamble the Empire's strongest asset on a moral impulse. He orders not to run forever, but to observe first.
Pull back. Power down weapons. Reduce signature. Do not engage.
Once the Executor fires, they expose themselves. Once exposed, they become the next step in the Covenant glassing operation. And Vader senses one undeniable truth. A survivor can decide to fight later. A dead man determines nothing. This choice crushes the bridge psychologically. A stormtrooper whispers,
We're just going to let them die.
An officer clenches his jaw so hard it bleeds. Someone suppresses tears. Someone else gets angry. The realization slams them all. They are watching a world burn, and they are choosing not to move. The guilt is real. The shame is real. The helplessness is real. Bridge of the Executor. The alarms fade into a suffocating silence. Every pair of eyes is locked on Vader, waiting for the verdict like prisoners waiting for a sentence. Vader's voice cuts through the stillness, low and absolute.
Helm, pull us back to minimum safe orbit. Power down weapons and shields. Set sensor resolution to maximum. No transmissions. No probes. Maintain silence.
There's a heartbeat of paralysis. Not confusion, horror. The decision lands like a physical blow. The junior crew, fresh-faced officers, barely more than children in uniforms, stare at the viewport as the long night of solace tears open a UNSC destroyer. Fire blooms across its spine, bodies and metal spilling into vacuum. A tactical officer, voice cracking, despite trying to hold military formality.
Sir, there are civilian transports launching from the surface. If we withdraw.
The Admiral doesn't let him finish. His voice is steel, but his hands tremble behind his back.
We do not have the luxury of fantasy. We are blind and alone in hostile space. Engage and we die without meaning.
The young officer's jaw quivers, rage boiling under discipline.
Better than watching a world burn.
That's not rebellion. That's human anguish tearing out of him. The room tightens. Dozens of others feel the same. but don't dare speak it. A stormtrooper at the viewport. He grips his rifle so hard his knuckles go white inside the gloves. He was raised engineered to obey, to never question. But he whispers, barely audible.
What kind of monsters do that to a planet?
He means the Covenant. But part of the bridge hears something else. The Empire is watching, doing nothing. Shame curls through their guts like poison. The Admiral, he steps closer to Vader, voice low, controlled, logical, through clenched teeth.
My lord, if we commit the Executor to this conflict without reconnaissance, we risk annihilation. Our first responsibility must be to survive long enough to understand this enemy.
He's not asking permission. He's reinforcing resolve because he feels the discipline of the bridge fracturing. Vader, the Force washes through him like cold water. The ocean of terror in the room sharpens his focus into something surgical. He feels every heartbeat hammering against ribs, every instinct screaming to act, every thread of emotional collapse. He leans into the clarity that only true fear reveals.
Emotion does not dictate survival. Control does. Only a fool ignites a war he cannot comprehend.
No raised voice, no drama, just the reality of someone who has learned the price of arrogance in blood. One of the censor officers, Lieutenant Hale, 26, brilliant, idealistic, chokes on his own breath. His composure detonates.
They're glassing cities! Millions of people! We could stop them! We're just sitting here!
He slams a fist against his console. The sound echoes like a gunshot. The Admiral turns sharply, fury and grief behind his mask.
Lieutenant, stand down.
Hale doesn't.
They're begging for help. His voice fractures. Listen to the surface channels.
A sob is strangled behind teeth.
We're no better than they are if we let this happen.
Half the bridge freezes. Question no one wants spoken aloud just became air. Vader steps toward him. No saber, no violence. Just presence so heavy it crushes the room. You presume to judge survival as cowardice, he says quietly.
Look to the viewport. That enemy destroys worlds without hesitation. If they strike us now, the outcome is certain. We learn first. Then we choose whether the Empire enters this war.
His voice turns colder.
And when we choose, we will not fail.
It's not reassurance. It's a threat to the Covenant. No one relaxes. No one feels safe. The bridge becomes a pressure chamber, ready to explode. They pull back. Weapons, power down. The Executor drifts like a shadow, pulling away from hell. The crew watches Reach die, knowing they could have acted, knowing they didn't, knowing they may have to live with it forever. Or die wishing they had. That's the moment where the first fractures in Imperial certainty begin. Loyalty becomes a question. Survival becomes sin. And the weight of inaction becomes a ghost that will haunt every choice afterward. Bridge of the Executor. Lieutenant Hale doesn't sit. He doesn't breathe properly. His chest is heaving like he's drowning in dry air. He looks Vader directly in the mask, a suicidal act in any other context. Not defiance, desperation. His voice is raw, cracking open.
If we survive by watching a world burn, then what are we surviving for?
The words shake every spine in the bridge. Someone flinches, like a shot was fired. An ensign actually looks away, ashamed just to witness it. The Admiral's throat tightens. He opens his mouth, ready to drag Hale away by force, but Vader raises a hand not to choke, simply to command silence. Hale trembles, eyes shining with unfallen tears. His voice becomes quiet, wounded.
I can follow orders, my lord. I have followed them my whole life. But do we stand for anything? Or do we just watch and hope someone else dies first?
The room holds its breath. Inside, Vader. The Force roars around him. Fear, anger, shame twisting together. Hale isn't just one man breaking. He is a mirror forced into Vader's face. He has lived this before. He stood helplessly as Mustafar swallowed everything he was. He watched the Jedi Order collapse. He watched Padam's life slip into silence. He feels the memory of flames on skin, screams echoing through iron lungs. For a brief, forbidden second, he imagines carving through Covenant ranks with the Executor at his back, saving a world, not choking it. But he crushes the impulse. Emotion is not survival. Impulses are how worlds die. He looks at Hale, not as a superior to an inferior, but as someone who recognizes a wound he once bled from. His voice lowers to something razor thin.
Ensign Hale, there is no honor in dying blind.
Hale shakes, but nods, obedience reforged through agony instead of fear.
I understand.
He doesn't, not truly, but he yields. Because sometimes obedience is the only way to stay standing. Vader steps past him, returning to the command dais.
Resume withdrawal.
The Executor begins drifting back when every console suddenly erupts in alarms, shrill, discordant, panicked. CONT, a CT. A sensor tech cries. Multiple vessels altering vectors rapidly. They've spotted us. A tactical readout flashes across the screens. Covenant destroyers breaking off the assault, turning toward the Executor like wolves scenting blood. The Admiral's voice cuts through chaos.
If they close distance, they'll glass us like the surface.
The bridge devolves into shouting, overlapping orders, panic bubbling through discipline like a ruptured seal. Navigation, can we jump? Negative, we still don't have a calibrated star map. Weapons are still powered down. Shields, offline. Hale, breath ragged, forces his voice steady.
So we need cover. Now.
The pillar of autumn bursts across the viewport on a desperate escape vector, engines burning white-hot as it flees through the battlefield. The Admiral's eyes lock onto it, the only ship making any attempt to survive.
Helm, bring us behind that vessel. Use their trajectory to mask our retreat.
It's a terrible idea. It's the only idea. Vader does not hesitate.
Do it.
The Executor pivots a moon-sized dagger moving with impossible grace. Massive thrusters ignite. The enemy destroyers accelerate, their weapon capacitors screaming with energy. The bridge goes silent, not from discipline, but shock. They are now running. Blind, silent, chasing a ship they don't know, hoping it knows something they don't, praying the Covenant doesn't outrun death to reach them first. Fallout on the bridge. No one speaks. No one breathes right. The reality suffocates them. They didn't choose to flee. They were forced into it. Shame sits on every shoulder like lead. A stormtrooper whispers to himself.
We just ran.
An officer mutters, voice hollow.
We're not the strongest thing in the galaxy anymore.
Hale looks at the viewport. watching the burning surface of Reach shrink behind them, and his face shatters quietly, no tears, just resignation. We should have done something. The Admiral doesn't look at him. He stares ahead like a man watching his own reflection crack.
We will, when we understand the battlefield.
And Vader, silent, unmoving, feels the Force swirl with a chilling truth. This universe does not fear him. This universe does not know him. And this universe owes him nothing. There is no glory left, only survival, and the long, inevitable price of inaction. Pillar of Autumn Bridge. The ship shakes violently, alarms screaming through the hull like wounded metal. Oxygen masks hang loose from shattered housings. The smell is copper, burning circuitry, blood. The Autumn is running on desperation and duct tape. Captain Jacob Keyes braces himself against the command console as the last shockwave rolls through.
Report.
Multiple Covenant destroyers in pursuit closing fast. Lieutenant Dominique yells over the noise. Shields are nearly gone. We can't take another volley.
Keyes already knows. He feels the inevitability settling like frost in his bones. It's ending. Then the sensor officer freezes, staring at his screen like he's seeing a ghost.
Sir, new contact. Massive contact. Approaching from behind our stern, unknown, IFF unknown design, unknown everything.
Keyes turns toward the viewport, and his breath catches, because now blotting out half the star field, like a moving black continent, is the Executor. A superstar destroyer is gliding silently behind them, closing distance like a predator shadowing prey. The bridge goes dead quiet. Even the alarms seem muted by shock. Kai's voice is thin, incredulous.
What in God's name is that?
Cortana. Her holographic form snaps in, flickering from processing overload. The AI stares up at the monstrous silhouette reflected in the glass. For a moment, even Cortana's sharpest mind in the UNSC says nothing. Then, measured, calculating.
That vessel is over 17 kilometers in length, maybe more. Its energy signature is unlike any Covenant profile. Not Sanghaili, not Brute, not anything we've seen.
She zooms the tactical overlay. The Executor dwarfs everything around it.
If it fires on us, we're gone. Instantly, they could tear us apart in a single salvo.
Every heart on the bridge stutters. Keyes. He grips the console so tightly his knuckles crack. He understands the horror instantly, caught between glassing beams and a superweapon-sized unknown.
Are they targeting us?
Cortana runs numbers at inhuman speed.
No active lock. No transmissions. No visible weapons deployment. They're matching our vector.
Following us?
Keyes mutters, jaw tightening.
More like hiding behind us, Cortana corrects, voice low. Using our trajectory as cover. Whoever they are, they're running too.
That changes everything. The most terrifying ship any of them have ever seen is not hunting, it is fleeing. A flicker of human disbelief ripples through the bridge.
Something that size doesn't run, the Exo murmurs.
Keyes answers flatly, eyes narrowing.
It does when it's afraid.
Cortana isolates heat signatures and radiation scans.
Captain, the pursuing Covenant ships have reoriented away from the planet. They're tracking the unknown vessel instead of us.
Meaning, the Executor just became the juicier target. A wolf pack abandoning wounded prey for an apex rival. Keyes inhales sharply, an ugly, hopeful breath.
They may have just saved us.
Cortana looks deeper.
Captain, I'm picking up a faint signature from inside that vessel.
Keys turns sharply.
Transmission?
No, something else. Emotional noise, understanding, fear. Whatever is on that ship, they're terrified.
Kais exhales, voice rough, gravel thick with exhaustion.
Then we're not alone in hell.
Behind them, the Executor looms in absolute silence. Ahead, the Covenant fleet races like wolves, scenting blood. Around them, the remains of Reach burn. Kais straightens, tired and resolute.
Stay with our trajectory. Prepare for emergency slip space.
Cortana nods, already calculating.
And the massive unknown behind us?
Key's eyes harden.
If they want to live, they'll follow our lead.
From the viewport, millions die on a burning world behind them, and two ships from different universes run from extinction together. Not allies, not enemies, just survivors. Surface of Reach, Spartan point of view. The sky glows like a furnace. The horizon is a curtain of molten glass as Covenant plasma scorches continents into liquefied terrain. Buildings collapse into firestorms. The air tastes like metal and ash. Emil, blood streaked across his visor, armor cracked, lungs burning, drags himself behind what used to be a wall and now is just jagged concrete. He locks a new shell into the shotgun with trembling hands. He's not fighting for victory anymore. He's fighting for the luxury of one more minute alive. A dropship screams overhead, shot down mid-climb, spiraling like a burning comet into what used to be a city block. The ground shakes. Emil doesn't react. He's numb beyond shock. Then, his comm crackles.
Noble actual to any surviving elements, Pillar of Autumn has launched. Repeat, autumn is away.
Emil closes his eyes. Hope tastes like blood. Then something impossible cuts across the sky. A shadow slides overhead, blotting out fire and sunlight alike. He looks up, and his breath stutters. A ship longer than a mountain range, darker than smoke, gliding across the burning atmosphere like a god of steel. The Executor. His HUD can't compute its size. It throws sensor errors that scream in red. Its silhouette reflects firelight from the burning planet below like a blade dripping molten metal.
What the hell, Emil whispers. He's seen Covenant supercarriers. This thing makes them look like toys.
A Marine nearby drops his rifle, staring upward like a man watching judgment descend.
You seeing that, Spartan?
Yeah, I see it.
The autumn streaks away like a darting insect beneath the Colossus. And for one insane moment, Emil thinks.
If that thing fires, it could turn the tide.
Then, instinct crushes the thought.
It's not firing. It's running.
He watches the Covenant ships break off pursuit of the autumn and accelerate toward the massive vessel.
Even the Covenant fears it.
Emil's stomach twists. He's not hopeful. He's furious.
Cowards.
He mutters through clenched teeth.
You came from nowhere, watched us burn, and ran.
The ground shakes again. Plasma fire begins to fall. The world becomes white. His last words before the blast hits tell them we were not afraid. White, heat, silence. Reach dies, screaming. Aboard the Pillar of Autumn First Contact. Cortana's avatar flickers sharply, stabilizing mid-glitch.
Captain, the unknown vessel is powering communication systems. Very high bandwidth. Not Covenant. Not UNSC. Completely unclassified.
Key's pulse jumps. A new faction in the middle of annihilation is a nightmare.
Content?
Encrypted. Format incompatible. They're attempting contact.
Kai's chews a breath of scorched air. Either answer could end in extermination.
Open a narrow band channel. Contain it to this bridge.
Static hisses, thick and alien, the sound of two incompatible technologies scraping at each other. Then a voice breaks through, filtered, mechanical, distant, cold.
This is Lord Vader of the Executor. Identify yourselves.
The bridge of the autumn goes still. Cortana recalculates every scenario at light speed. Kai steps forward, voice steady from sheer force of will. Silence, a terrible weighted silence. Then Vader.
We seek information. What is the nature of this enemy?
Kai's almost laughs hollow, broken.
Genocidal, religious. They destroy every human world they find. Reach is lost. If they capture either of us, we die.
Another silence. Then Vader's voice darkens, something ancient and furious, carving its way into every syllable.
Then it appears we have a common enemy.
Cortana flashes analytics. Captain Covenant destroyers are closing fast. They'll be in firing range in 90 seconds. Kai's looks at the viewport, at the burning grave of Reach, and makes the most reckless, necessary decision of his career.
Cortana.
To where?
Anywhere that isn't here.
He turns to the comm.
Vader, if you want to live, match our jump.
The channel crackles with static, hesitation, and unspoken terror. Then Vader answers.
We will follow.
The Autumn's engines scream to life. The Executor's thrusters flare like igniting suns. Covenant warships close like executioners. Slipspace tears open a wound in reality. Two ships from two universes dive into darkness together. Behind them, Reach burns into glass. The Covenant point of view, Shipmaster Thelvadami. The bridge of the CCS-class devoted sentry is a cathedral of violet holographics and burning fury. Emergency rooms pulse along the displays. Covenant ships swarm like hornets, where Reach once stood, firing blind into the void where the slipspace rupture closed moments ago. Thel's mandibles twitch with disgust.
Transmit sensor logs again. Magnify the unknown vessel.
The display blooms. The Executor fills the screen unnatural. Obsidian, silent. Not Covenant, not human. A spear forged from pure intimidation.
Shipmaster, an elite officer whispers, voice raw. It does not match any archive. Not even classified reliquary records. Meaning?
Meaning even the myths don't account for it.
A prophet's hologram materializes floating, sickly white, drenched in panic. It tries to disguise as piety.
Shipmaster, explain why you allowed the humans to escape. Why did you divert pursuit? The unknown warship was not human. If we had ignored it, we risked annihilation. I will not throw lives into fire without purpose.
Thel refuses to bow. The prophet's eyes narrow, venom behind silk.
You presume to weigh judgment against the word of the gods. That vessel is a test. You have failed.
Thel steps forward, rage scraping the edge of self-control.
That ship froze every commander in this fleet. Even you feared it. Silence.
Prophet leans forward until his holographic nose nearly touches Thel's armor.
Whatever those creatures are, find them, kill them, and erase the shame you stain us with.
Transmission cuts. The bridge is silent. The officer speaks cautiously.
If we're you, we risk following blindly into a trap.
Dell's voice is ice.
There is no trap worse than obedience to fools.
He turns, prepares slip space coordinates. We hunt. His last thought, unspoken. If this new enemy rivals the Covenant, then the prophets have lost control of fate, and Vel intends to witness their ruin. Vader alone in the meditation chamber. Darkness, the hiss of respirators. The chamber seals shut with a metallic scream, shrouding him in solitude thicker than Durasteel. He kneels. For once, there is no rage to burn through, no battle to drown thought, only the image etched into his mind. A planet dying under fire, the roar of plasma turning continents into oceans of glass, the psychic echo of billions screaming at once, the silence that followed. He has felt world death before. He committed it. He justified it. He never watched it helpless. The force trembles around him, disordered, rippling with the shockwave of extinction. He reaches into that chaos-searching, probing, demanding structure. Instead, something alien stares back. Not light, not dark. Purpose without emotion. War without ideology. Total annihilation as doctrine. He sees the Covenant. Not monsters. Fanatics. A mirror. The mask amplifies his breathing into thunder. Another empire. Another emperor. Another galaxy ruled by fear and faith. His hands tighten until the metal groans under his grip.
This war is mine.
Not Palpatine's. Not the Republic's ghost. Not Destiny's. His voice, spoken into darkness, is a vow.
I will not watch another world burn unchallenged.
For the first time in years, maybe decades, he feels something close to clarity. And something very dangerous. Hope sharpened into a blade. Aboard the pillar of autumn keys and Cortana. Slip space hums like a living storm outside the hull. The bridge is lit by emergency strips. Every surface is trembling from stress. Crew whisper rumors, fear spreading like infection. Kai's hasn't moved from the command deck. His hands grip the console until his knuckles ache. Cortana stands beside him, projected in shimmering blue, voice flat and analytical to avoid hysteria.
Captain, this ship, the Executor, is maintaining perfect positional lock. They are shadowing us with disturbing precision.
How disturbing.
If they were hostile, we'd be vapor.
Pease exhales through teeth.
Casualty reports?
Too many to say without flooding you with statistics. But we bought them time. Some might make it.
Keyes doesn't speak. He knows Reach is dead. Cortana lowers her voice. Kai's nods sharply.
Open a secure encrypted channel to their command. I'm not letting another unknown dictate our survival.
She pauses. There's something she hasn't said.
Captain, the energy signature from that ship.
Her voice tightens.
If they decide we're disposable, we wouldn't even have time to understand how we died.
The humiliation tastes acidic.
Then we don't ask permission. We act first.
He wipes blood from his temple. Cortana flashes a wicked half-smile warrior to warrior.
Understood.
In her processor, One hidden thought: if Vader is telling the truth, he is the most dangerous ally humanity could ever make. If he's lying, he's the executioner waiting behind the door. Slipspace has never been experienced before by Imperials. Hyperspace, for them, is luminous vectors, navigational lines, calculable compression of space-time. Slipspace, by contrast, is alien, non-Euclidean darkness, fractal geometry, folding unpredictably, sensory distortion. Closest experience is force-induced sensory collapse, but without guidance, without structure. They are dragged in Cortana's wake, like a harpooned predator pulled into an abyss. The moment the Pillar of Autumn jumps, the Executor follows blindly, violently, because the alternative is instant death by Covenant plasma, or remaining trapped in a hell they cannot explain. The experience is not smooth. It is trauma. Interior/Executor bridge. The stars warp. The universe bends. The horizon folds inwards, wrong in every possible interpretation of physics. Crews slam hands against consoles as gravitational distortions crush the bridge. Someone vomits. Another screams, involuntarily. Metal groans like an animal in pain. This is not hyperspace. Hyperspace is light. This is void. Vader is silent because he alone understands something the others do not. This place does not merely bend space. It touches the Force like a serrated blade, ragged, unstable, unpredictable. It rips at him, testing the edges of his will. His breathing mask rattles under the strain. For the first time in years, he feels fear. Not panic, not terror. Fear as a cold, analytical realization they are not in control. Commander Hale grips the rail with white knuckles. Tears streak down his cheeks, rage, humiliation, breaking human instinct. Ellie, raw, voice cracking.
We're following them into this? We're blind. We don't even know if we're going to survive the transit.
Vader, quiet, cold. It is not reassurance. It is fact.
We are already dead if we do not.
A junior officer convulses, overwhelmed by sensory overload. Another prays under her breath. Someone yanks off their helmet and gasps like they're drowning. The tension fractures into chaos. AKLE shouting, brutally honest, no protocol left.
Then say it. Say you don't know what's happening. Say we're not gods. Say we're animals chasing something we don't understand.
Vader's internal struggle roils inward. Anger is easy. Rage is a weapon. But if he lashes out now, the thin thread of structure collapses into mutiny. Control through fear is only effective when survival feels possible. Inside his mind, if I kill him, discipline returns. If I do nothing, the bridge dissolves. He chooses neither. Vader, voice steel, absolute, not raised.
All of you, listen to me.
The room freezes, not because of the Force, because there is nothing else to cling to.
You may break later. You may grieve later. You may collapse later. But right now, we survive. You will hold, because there is no other choice.
A trembling navigator whispers, Navigator, we're holding course following the UNSC vessel. Speed is matching. Structural integrity unstable. Hale lowers his head. He obeys. Not out of faith, out of surrender to the only anchor left. Hale, whisper, broken, I, Lord Vader. The drop out of slipspace. Violent emergence. Consoles explode. Bodies thrown from stations. Emergency lighting snaps on blood red. Ahead, an impossible ring spanning the horizon. Silence crashes onto the bridge like a corpse. No one breathes. A junior officer stares through the viewport, voice hollow. Junior officer, what is that? Hale's throat locks. Awe and despair mingle. Hale, quiet, dear God. Vader stands motionless. The ring radiates through the Force like a scream trapped outside time. Alive, ancient, predatory. Something inside it sends a shiver up his spine. Vader's soft, internal monologue. This is no weapon we have ever conceived. His hands tighten slightly on the railing. The executioner of worlds has arrived at a place built to exterminate creation itself. Nobody cheers. Nobody speculates. This is trauma, shock, existential collapse. Every single person now understands. They are ants crawling across a primed warhead. Hale wipes his face, regaining composure by force of will. Hale, horse, orders, sir. Vader answers without hesitation. Logic, not emotion.
Track the autumn. Do not engage anything. Scan everything. And pray our presence is unnoticed.
The ring hangs in the void like a silent verdict. Burning sections of the Executor's hull trail sparks into space damage from slipspace shear. Atmosphere plumes leak from ruptures along the dorsal structure, freezing instantly. The bridge hums with a low, pained vibration, like the ship itself is wounded. Alarms pulse weakly. No one speaks. Then, sensor officer, voice shaking, trying to be professional. Long-range scans are restored. We're getting something. Unknown contacts. Multiple signatures. Patterns are impossible to classify. Vader's respirator rasps, once sharp, control. Vader, follow the autumn. Maintain distance. Passive sensors only. No active emissions. The order is ice cold, but beneath his voice is tension knotted like wire. The Force churns unsteady, distorted. Slipspace residue still clings to reality, like static electricity. He feels it scraping the edges of his mind. Not simply unfamiliar, hostile. Hale steadies himself against the console. He looks broken, but functional, held together by duty alone. Hale, low, controlled, navigation report status. Are we stable? Navigation officer, barely. Internal gravity still fluctuating. Structural stress is past red line on 3 decks. If we take a broadside in this condition, Hale, we won't survive it. I understand. He avoids looking at Vader, not out of fear, out of shame. Then every console flickers. Screens distort into spirals of code. Foreign symbols crawl like living organisms across displays. Several officers flinch back, thinking it's an attack. Sensor tech? What the hell? A voice breaks through the interference. Cortana, V. O filtered through distortion, calm, analytical, unknown vessel, Executor, your vector is dangerously close. If you can hear this transmission, I identify yourselves and increase distance. Repeat, identify yourselves and increase distance. The bridge freezes. Everyone hears it. Everyone knows instantly. This is not Imperial AI. Imperial machine intellect is cold, limited, mechanical. This is alive, fluid, adaptive, intelligent beyond anything they've seen. Whispers ripple like shockwaves. Officer, breathless, stunned, that's an AI. A real one. Not a nav computer, an actual thinking system. Someone's hands shake uncontrollably. Another officer grips the edge of their console so hard blood stains their palms. Vader stands perfectly still. Internally, the conflict detonates. She isn't merely speaking through comms. She's brushing the perimeter of their systems. Light, surgical, reconnaissance-level probing testing their encryption lattice without breaching it. A mind against a mind. Predator against predator. Vader senses intent, not hostile, not submissive, assessing. Cortana continues. Cortana, V. Oh, you're not Covenant. Your whole configuration matches nothing in any archive. If you understand this transmission, respond. If you don't, your silence is a tactical liability. Hale's throat tightens. He feels the weight of a decision no training prepared him for. Hale, they're signaling again.
Cortana, V. Oh, sharper now, more urgent. Unknown superstructure. You are on an intercept vector with the Autumn. Correct course, or we will treat you as hostile.
The word hostile crashes like a hammer. The bridge's tension spikes. A stormtrooper near the rear cracks, fear turning to aggression. Stormtrooper, why the hell are we letting them dictate terms? Fire a warning volley. Show them what we are. Vader turns his helmet slightly. Not angry, surgical.
A warning volley becomes a war. A war we cannot win in this condition.
His voice cuts the room open. No one breathes. Hale swallows hard. Hale, then what do we do? Vader's internal calculus is blisteringly fast. This superstructure, Halo, is a weapon or something worse. The Covenant will be here any second. The Autumn has the only guide who understands anything. This AI is the key, and knowledge is more powerful than fire. Vader steps forward.
We follow. Exactly. We do not provoke. We do not reveal. We learn.
His hand tightens on the railing.
If we are to survive this universe, we must start by understanding it.
He turns to comms.
Transmit one signal. Simple, controlled, non-linguistic, non-threatening. A pulse acknowledgement. Nothing more.
Comms, aye, Lord Vader. They send it. A soft ping echoes over the speakers. The simplest gesture of we hear you without we submit. The bridge waits every heart in freefall. A moment later, Cortana responds. Cortana, V. O, acknowledged. Maintain formation. And try not to get killed. The line cuts. A breath escapes the whole room at once. Half relief, half dread. Hale looks to Vader. A-A-L-E, that voice, she wasn't afraid. Vader's response is quiet.
No, she wasn't.
His respirator pulses once, like a drumbeat.
Which means we should be.
The Executor holds a cold, wounded course behind the Autumn. Damaged crews run the corridors like arteries clogged with adrenaline. Medics drag injured personnel from collapsed bulkheads. Structural alarms still pulse in dull red cycles. The ring dominates the viewport, a perfect arc stretching into impossible curvature. For Cortana, the Autumn's Bridge, and the Executor Ike, the reaction is identical. What is that? How is that possible? UNSC aboard the Pillar of Autumn. Cortana bolts through sensor data, so fast her voice flickers with strain. She pauses only a fraction of a second, a blink in machine terms, an eternity in emotional ones. Key's jaw sets like stone. Keys, keep them in our periphery. Passive scans only. Focus on the ring. He's a veteran of too many impossible encounters. His instincts are simple. Study, survive, avoid unnecessary enemies, even when staring at an artificial world and an impossibly huge alien warship. Cortana spreads her processing between three priorities. Halo, the approaching Covenant fleet, the Executor. Her voice is flat but tight with pressure.
Cortana, they're not Covenant. No plasma signatures of known designs, but their reactor output is staggering.
She doesn't say it, but the subtext is obvious. If that ship opens fire, we die. Slip space ruptures with a soundless bloom. Multiple vessels appear in formation, sharp, disciplined, no wasted motion. No theatrics, no speeches, just military efficiency. A CCS-class battlecruiser pings the network, encrypted. Its commander receives a brief, stoic update. The demon is believed aboard the Autumn. The Holy Ring is discovered. The Covenant must secure it immediately. A Shanghai operations officer reports. Intrusion on Grid 47. Unknown supercapital vessel. Command responds without excitement or disbelief, just tactical rigor. Field Marshal V. O. Evaluate threat. If hostile, eliminate. There's no hesitation, no awe. Their religion makes them deadly, not dramatic. Back to the Executor. The Executor's bridge lights flare as a dozen new contacts bloom across sensors. A comms officer whispers, terrified. Contacts emerging multiple warships, vectoring toward the ring, and toward us. Hale's skin goes pale. Covenant, sensor officer comparing signatures, yes. Same as Reach. Same architecture. Same plasma emissions. Hale braces himself, forcing discipline through shaking muscles. Lord Vader, if they treated Reach as a warm-up, they'll swat us out of space in this condition. He's not wrong. The Executor is massive, but wounded. Structural stress is real. Shields not built for plasma weaponry. No understanding of enemy tactics. Vader doesn't posture. He doesn't pretend omniscience. He gives the only sane order.
Hold course. Hold silence. Do not provoke.
Then the Covenant make the first move. A Shanghai officer, reading the Executor as an unknown intruder, marks it for surveillance.
Shanghai Tech V. Oh, that vessel moves with purpose. It shadows the human frigate.
Shanghai Commander V. O. Observe it. Do not engage unless it impedes the reclamation.
They treat the Executor as a curiosity, not a threat. Not yet. UNSC comms flare to life. Cortana's voice, cuts through the Executor's bridge, again controlled, measured, maintaining full awareness that Covenant ships are seconds from firing solutions.
Unknown vessel. Maintain distance and avoid combat vectors. If the Covenant think we're cooperating, they'll hit you first.
This isn't diplomacy. It's survival math. Hail, finally answers, voice raw but steady. Hail to Vader. Lo, sir, she's warning us. The implication is sharp. These strangers, these humans are treating us better than the Covenant would. Vader says nothing. His silence is not a threat. It's calculation. Inside the mask, he commits one unvarnished, unembellished truth to the forefront of his mind. These people understand this battlefield. We do not. The bridge is holding together barely. Officers shake but obey. Stormtroopers grip rifles they cannot use. Engineers struggle with hull integrity instead of fear. Hale stands rigidly at Vader's side, refusing to crack again. Everyone shares the same internal monologue. Don't let them see. We're afraid. The Covenant locks targets. A Sanghaili voice cuts through their own internal comms.
Sanghaili Weapons Tech Cruiser Truth of Conviction has firing solution.
Sanghaili Commander hold. The ring is priority.
But they're watching the Executor like a lion studying a wounded bull. One slip, one spark, one misinterpreted maneuver, and plasma will tear straight into the Executor's flanks. Executor Bridge. The Executor, the Autumn, and the Covenant all drift toward Halo. None of them understand it. All of them fear it for different reasons. Vader breaks the silence. Vader, quiet, absolute. We follow the Autumn. Hale nods slowly. Hale, and if the Covenant fire first? Vader's answer is brutally honest.
Then we die.
He turns slightly toward the viewport, voice like a blade.
So we make certain they do not fire.
The pillar of Autumn hits Halo's atmosphere like a burning blade, its hull flaring orange as Keys forces the controlled descent. The Executor follows at high altitude, battered but functional, exchanging measured, tactically precise fire with the Covenant cruisers pursuing the Autumn. The Executor's turbolasers carve through two Seraph wings, and a Covenant corvette attempting to flank the Autumn, shattering the vessel in a single, brutal pass. The remaining Covenant ships withdraw upward, regrouping for a coordinated descent. The Autumn slams into the ring world below. Fire blossoms across Halo's surface. Smoke spirals into the sky. Debris rains for kilometers. Sergeant Johnson climbs from a shattered troop bay, bruised, intact, swearing under his breath, exactly as he always does. Marines stagger out behind him. Warthogs are half buried in soil. Pelicans burn like torches across a fractured landscape none of them recognize. Vader stands in the Executor's hangar bay, silent, towering, presence razor-sharp with purpose. The only thing he has is experience and instinct. He boards a shuttle with a squad of stormtroopers. The landing is rough, but controlled, an angular plume of dirt thrown up as the shuttle digs skids into foreign soil. Halo's surface is alien to eyes that have only ever known metal, starships, and the choking artificial air of imperial war machines. The sky is wrong. The horizon is bent. The geometry is too perfect. Vader registers none of it emotionally. He logs it the way a strategist logs terrain. Halo surfaced the first encounter. A warthog engine growls through smoke. A small fire team moves cautiously along a ridge of broken earth, weapons sweeping arcs. Chief leads them motion disciplined, every movement the distilled training of a lifetime. Cortana catches the abnormal sensor readings first.
Chief, hold. Something's coming in low.
Chief raises a fist. The Marines freeze. Then they see it, a black shuttle, shape unfamiliar, hull scarred. It lands with mechanical precision. The ramp lowers. Stormtroopers descend in formation, clean, white, alien. And then him. Vader steps onto the rimworld soil for the first time. Chief stands at full height, armor green, but scorched, visor blank and unflinching. 7 feet of Spartan steel facing a black monolith of armor and mechanics. Neither moves. Both assess. Cortana breaks the silence first flat, analytical.
Chief, that's not Covenant. And it's not human.
Vader stops, 10 meters out, close enough to show he's not hiding. Far enough to avoid being a target. His respirator echoes unnaturally loud in the open air.
Master Chief, level, controlled, identify yourself. I am no enemy unless you force me to be.
His tone is not a warning. It's an equation. Cortana scans him subtle, cautious.
He's reading as biological, but heavily augmented. Tech profile is nothing like you, NSC or Covenant. Armor composition unknown. Sensors can't penetrate it.
Chief processes that instantly.
Your ship engaged Covenant forces. That makes you useful.
A Marine whispers behind him.
Sir, what is he?
Chief ignores it. Vader's head tilts slightly, almost imperceptibly, as he takes in the Spartan's posture, stance, reaction time, the efficiency of his weapon-ready position. Vader has spent a lifetime judging warriors. He knows immediately, this is no ordinary soldier.
You are enhanced, engineered, but not machine. Human, unlike you.
Not an insult, just precision. Vader accepts it without reaction.
You fight the same enemy we do. That is enough.
Cortana flickers a hologram on Chief's wrist projector's small, blue, defensive posture.
You followed us from orbit. Why?
Vader doesn't lie. He doesn't embellish. He doesn't posture.
Your ship knew the battlefield. We did not.
Chief files that answer as truth until proven otherwise. A distant plasma detonation echoes across the landscape. Covenant dropships hitting the ring nearby. Chief turns toward the sound. MASTER, CHIEF. We're moving toward Marine survivors and our objective. If you can keep up, fine. If you can't, stay out of the line of fire. Stormtroopers tense, insulted. Vader doesn't react at all. He simply steps forward. V a DER, we proceed together. For now. Chief nods once. It is not trust. It is not alliance. It is pure battlefield pragmatism. And that is the moment on an alien ring under a broken sky that a Spartan and a Sith Lord march toward battle for the first time. Side by side. Not friends. Not enemies. Just two weapons pointed at the same threat. The surface of Halo. The ring's horizon curves like a lie. Even Vader registers it, unfamiliar geometry pressing at his senses, but he doesn't waste a thought on awe. His awareness is locked on John 117, evaluating mass, movement, posture. A Spartan is a walking violation of the Empire's assumptions about human limitations, and even Vader, hardened by cybernetics, battle, and the Force, recognizes the silhouette as something categorically different. We zoom into the helmet of TK 4219, a stormtrooper who knows he's not elite. No delusions of grandeur. He's infantry in a white coffin. Stormtrooper TK 4219 POV. He's standing behind the Dark Lord, like that's going to save him. Every second, his HUD glitches because the ring world emits some kind of unclassified radiation profile. The air smells too clean, like nature is mocking him. Then the ODST drop pods scream overhead. They aren't elegant like dropships. They're metal coffins hurled from the sky, each one a declaration that the people inside either don't fear death or have made peace with it. The pods strike the ground with seismic thuds. No repulsors, no guidance arrays, just brute physics. 4,219's mind spirals. These maniacs volunteer to be shot out of cannons. Clones were bred to be fearless, but this is engineered insanity. The closest pod pops open. An ODCT climbs out, armor scorched from atmospheric entry. He doesn't hesitate, doesn't orient, doesn't form up. He just moves, efficient, predatory, scanning the terrain with a confidence no Imperial foot soldier could fake. TK 4219 tightens his grip on his E11, suddenly aware that his aim, his armor, even his nerve might not stack up here. And the Spartan, the tall one in green, is something else entirely. 4219 watches as John 117 stands beside Vader. An ODST might unsettle a trooper. The Spartan annihilates his entire sense of scale. The armor looks like it was carved from a tank. The visor gives away nothing. The posture is cold, calculating, entirely sure of its superiority. 4219 feels like a child watching giants argue. OD's TPOV. Corporal Rourke hits the ground hard, every bone rattled, every nerve blazing. Perfect. Normal. This is what comfort feels like to an ODST. His pod opens, and he sees what the hell are they. Stormtroopers in glossy white armor, standing too close to some black armored officer who radiates menace like it's an oxygen field. They're huddled tight, weapons up, but hands uneasy. Rourke sizes them instantly. They're green. Not color green, experience green. Their stance screams academy, not battlefield. Then his visor locks onto the tall black figure. The sensors don't identify the armor type. It's not Covenant, not UNSC, not even classified ONI Black Ops. Something else. The guy radiates a kind of pressure, not physical, not visible, but unmistakable. It prickles the skin under Rourke's armor. But then he sees the chief. And everything snaps back to familiar territory. If the walking nightmare in black is a thunderhead, John 117 is a mountain. Unmoving, indifferent to weather. Cortana perched in his armor like a loaded weapon with a personality. Rourke notes how the black armored figure studies the chief. It isn't curiosity, it's threat assessment. And the chief is giving it right back, unflinching. The stormtroopers, they look like they're praying no one asks them to actually fight today. Vader steps forward, cape sweeping the alien grass. "You are enhanced," he says to Chief. "Yet, not machine, not droid, not construct." Chief doesn't flinch. "Spartan 117, you NSC, you're trespassing on an active war zone. Identify yourself." Cortana's voice whispers through his armor speaker, crisp, focused, already dissecting Vader's armor systems, breathing patterns, heat signatures. His life support is integrated, cybernetics extensive, power output unusually high, and whatever's augmenting his physicality isn't tech we know. Vader tilts his head at the voice. "Your intelligence construct is perceptive." Cortana fires back, tone sharp as a knife. "I'm not a construct. I'm smarter than your entire ship's computer core." The stormtroopers stiffen at the insolence. The ODST snorts behind his visor. The Covenant's arrival detonates above them, plasma fire streaking the sky, dropships descending in sharp, sleek formations. Chief immediately pivots toward the incoming phantoms. Vader senses hostility in the air, raw and alien. He doesn't trust the UNSC, but he recognizes a battlefield truth. Alignment of interests is stronger than diplomacy. "We clear the landing zone," Chief says, already chambering a fresh magazine. "We destroy any who oppose us," Vader answers. "Two soldiers from two universes. Neither bows. Neither breaks. Both ready to kill anything threatening their people, even if they aren't sure whether they'll turn those weapons on each other after." The Covenant touch down. The Ring World prepares to write its next chapter. TK 4219 had never seen aliens that mattered before. Sure, the Empire had its token non-human officers, a few species scattered across the outer rim, the political mascots allowed to exist so long as they didn't challenge Imperial dominance. But the Empire's real enemies, the rebels, were humans. Average, predictable, weak humans. The universe had told him over and over again that humanity was the apex predator. Halo shattered that fantasy in a single encounter. Plasma hits the ground 20 meters ahead, melting stone and curling grass into ash. The air warps. His armor alarm shrieks a warning about thermal penetration. He's never seen a weapon do that without being mounted on a vehicle. Then the Covenant infantry push through the smoke. Elite first. 7 feet of muscle, mandibles flaring, armor glowing with an energy system his HUD doesn't recognize. They move like predators, not soldiers, fluid, confident, as if battle is just another natural state. TK 4219 freezes. Their size alone is a violation of nature. His aim flickers from elite to elite because he can't decide which one is the real threat. The ODST at his side doesn't hesitate. 3-round burst to the nearest elite's shields. It barely staggers him. The stormtrooper fires too late, too wide. His blaster bolts splash against the elite's energy shield, which ripples violet and stays upright. He can feel the alien laughing at him without making a sound. Then he hears it, a massive wall of fur and armor plating, impossibly fast. Imperial doctrine has no page for this. There are no formations, no tactics, no training vids that prepare you for something that looks like it could tear apart an TST with its hands. The brute grabs an ODST by the torso, tears him in half, and throws him like a toy. TK 4219 stomach drops. This isn't war. This is a food chain. John 117 hits the brute first. He moves with mechanical certainty angles, momentum, flawless economy of movement. His MA5 rifles hums through a full burst, carving into the brute's shields. The brute swings back with a gravity hammer that shakes the soil. The Spartan blocks the haft with his forearm. The shield on his armor flares, but holds. Vader enters the fight like a dark vacuum collapsing in on itself. He doesn't announce, doesn't posture. He simply gestures, and the brute lifting his hammer suddenly rockets sideways, its massive bulk smashed into a boulder hard enough to crack bone. The elites split formation instantly, focusing on Vader. Their plasma fire saturates the area around him, but something invisible bends the shots away in curved arcs. TK 4219 watches plasma bolts veer off course, refracting like heat mirages. The elites hesitate. The trooper can't blame them. The grunts are worse than expected, skittering, squealing, firing needlers that track erratic paths before burying themselves in flesh. When the first stormtrooper gets caught by a needle cluster, TK 4219 watches in horror as the shards detonate, ripping armor apart from the inside. He finally understands why the UNSC doesn't treat these things like comic relief. Then the jackals. Shields, shimmering, eyes calculating. When they fire, they aim not randomly, not in suppressive patterns they hunt. A stormtrooper to his right takes a plasma bolt to the chest. It melts through plastoid, through fabric, into rib, lung, blood. The man collapses, gasping, armor steaming. Another trooper screams for a medic who doesn't exist. TK 4219 fires back methodical now, not panicked. He's adapting, watching the ODST and mimicking their rhythm. His rifle overheats faster in the atmosphere here, but he compensates. He drops a grunt. For a moment, one heartbeat, he feels competent again. Then an elite charges. 7.5 feet of warrior god fury. Its energy sword ignites with a ghostly hum, bathing the trooper's armor in blue light. TK 4219's brain goes blank. There is no courage for this scenario. No human instinct is built to face a monster that could bisect him like paper. The elite swings, and a green gauntlet blocks the blade. The Spartan, the chief, he doesn't say anything. He doesn't look back. He just intercepts the strike and shoots the elite point blank in its jaw, sending mandibles and shield sparks flying. Vader finishes the elite with a gesture that crushes its windpipe inside its armor. The mix of efficiency and brutality makes TK 4219's stomach twist. These two, Chief and Vader, fight from opposite philosophies, but the result is the same. They make impossible seem routine. TK 4219 steadies his rifle, breaths shallow, hands shaking. He isn't fighting beside clones or conscripts or stormtroopers. He is fighting beside legends. One forged by UNSC desperation. One forged by Sith cruelty and willpower. And he feels terrifyingly like the weakest organism in a battlefield governed by gods and monsters. Ahead, more Covenant phantoms descend, their bay doors opening like gaping maws. TK 4219 whispers into his calm, "Sir, how do we fight these things?" An ODST hears him and answers with grim humor. "You don't. You survive them. That's the job." TK 4219 learned something fast. The Covenant didn't escalate. They arrived, fully, violently, with their entire evolutionary history screaming in your face. The push toward the stranded UNSC squad wasn't a march so much as a knife fight with geography. Every 50 meters brought another volley of plasma, or another new alien that broke some biological rule. And then the ground shook. Not a metaphor. It felt like actual tectonic bass impact tremors rolling through the soil. The ODST on point lifted 2 fingers silent signal. New heavy contact. TK 4219 peeked past the fallen log they'd taken cover behind. 2 shadows moved through the clearing. Gigantic armored silhouettes 8, maybe 9 feet tall, plated like starship hulls, carrying shields large enough to use as cover for an entire fire team. Covenant hunters. He'd never seen anything like them. No joints, no gaps, no weak point. Just a walking myth, wearing military hardware. The chief instinctively adjusted stance. TK 4219 noted that tiny shift. The Spartan only did that for things capable of killing him. Vader's presence went cold and still, not afraid, calculating. The hunter stopped. One slammed its massive shield down, anchoring itself. The other leveled its fuel rod cannon, its orange eye glowing hotter. TK 4219 felt the warning instinct of ancient humans staring down a predator on the savannah. "Emperor, save us." The ODST beside him smacked his helmet. "Wrong galaxy. Move." The first hunter fired. It wasn't a shot. It was an artillery shell with opinions. The bolt vaporized a speeder bike and boulder, showering the squad in molten debris. A stormtrooper took a shard to the leg and dropped screaming. TK 4219 dragged him behind cover while plasma hissed around them. Chief moved first, sprinting toward the nearest ridge to flank. Vader didn't sprint. He walked, slow, deliberate. The Force bent incoming bolts away, but even that familiar rhythm was strained. Hunters packed enough kinetic force to overwhelm even his defenses if he misjudged distance or timing. The ODST called it immediately. "Pull back 10 meters. We're not cracking them head on." They weren't retreating. They were surviving. Difference mattered. The squad fell back by bounding teams of DST Marines, stormtroopers mixing instinctively, not perfectly, but well enough to stay alive. The hunters advanced step by step, shields up, firing, arcs narrowing. TK 4219's breath rattled in his helmet. "This is insane," he muttered. "These things we need armor. We need..." "Kid," the ODST growled, "you have armor. It's just the wrong kind." Chief hit the ridge and opened with controlled bursts aimed at the exposed orange worms beneath their armor plates. The hunter recoiled, but did not fall. Vader pushed with the Force harder this time, and the second hunter staggered half a step, only half, as if resisting him by sheer alien weight and unified will. The stormtroopers tried flanking fire. Their blaster bolts did burn the exposed Lekolo, but not fast enough to matter. The ODST threw a frag. It detonated against a hunter's shield. The hunter didn't even flinch. "We need to MOVE," the ODST barked. Covenant phantoms screamed overhead, reinforcements inbound, dropping brutes and elites to encircle. The battlefield was tilting toward catastrophe. Vader sensed it first. His voice cut through chaos, filtered by a helmet that brooked no argument. "Fall back." Chief heard it, weighed the situation, and nodded once. "Affirmative. Regroup North Canyon. Go." TK 4219 didn't need telling twice. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't clean. It was real. Stormtroopers fired backward as they ran. Olsts laid suppressive bursts with clinical efficiency. Marines dragged wounded. Chief covered their flank with grenade placements. Vader walked last, absorbing, redirecting, controlling the flow of fire like an invisible dam holding back a burning river. The hunters didn't give chase. Hunters didn't rush. They advanced at a steady pace, certain as gravity, firing as they came. TK 4219 realized something terrifying. The Covenant didn't treat them like enemies. They treated them like prey trying to escape. They found the stranded Marines, and ODST dug into a fallen structure, a half-collapsed Forerunner ruin, with just enough cover to be defensible. The Marines froze when they saw Vader and Stormtroopers enter formation with their own. 1,000 unspoken questions hung in the air. Chief broke the silence. "They're with us." The UNSC Marines accepted it instantly, not out of trust, but because the Covenant were setting up positions 300 meters out and survival beat philosophy. TK 4219 sank behind a stone barricade, his hands shaking so hard he had to lock his rifle against his chest plate. An ODST knelt beside him, checking his magazine count without asking. "You held up," the ODST said. "I almost died. Everyone almost died. That's how Halo works." TK 4219 looked back toward the tree line where blue and orange lights flickered. "Are hunters always like that?" "No," the ODST said. "Sometimes they're worse." TK 7743 had trained for every conventional battlefield the Empire had ever documented: urban warfare, trench engagements, insurgent suppression, anti-armor formations, jungle clearance. Imperial doctrine drilled into him that war was a matter of discipline, combined arms, and overwhelming firepower. Halo made all of that look like childish optimism. The landscape was wrong from the start. Metal where soil shouldn't be. Geometry that looked grown, not built. Horizon curves that implied a world bent in the wrong direction. But the real nightmare rolled over the ridge and began shelling them. The first Wraith shot. The Wraith didn't fire. It sang a deep bass hum that vibrated through bone, a heartbeat, before the plasma mortar arced overhead like a miniature sun. The detonation threw TK 7743 off his feet. His HUD went white, static. Armor systems screamed overload. When vision returned, he saw 2 stormtroopers on the ground, one moving, one not, both armor plates dripping molten residue. What was that? He gasped. An ODST dragged him behind a smashed boulder. "Wraith," the ODST replied. "Mobile plasma artillery tank. Big, slow, mean. Don't get hit again." The ODST said it like you'd say, "Don't fall into a volcano." Another mortar screamed in. The ground turned to glass where it landed. This wasn't a battlefield. It was a hostile physics demonstration. A pack of ghosts swept down the slope, sleek, hovering contraptions, piloted by elites, plasma cannons pulsing in tight barrages. Stormtrooper blasters were accurate against infantry. Against a ghost weaving through air at 40 kilometers per hour? Might as well shoot hopes and prayers. One trooper fired full auto in panic. The ghost strafed, plasma bolts slicing through plastoid plate like butter. The man fell, armor smoldering. TK 7743 cursed and switched to kneeling stance, firing calculated bursts, trying to hit the pilot's exposed flanks. The odds moved like predators, sidestepping, rolling to cover, laying down precise suppressive fire. They didn't waste shots. They didn't flinch. They knew this enemy. They'd survived this enemy. TK 7743 followed their lead because the alternative was death. A ghost veered too close, taking a misjudged angle around a boulder. An ODST slammed a grenade into its undercarriage as it skimmed past. The explosion sent the vehicle cartwheeling into a tree, snapping the trunk like a twig. That, the ODST said, catching his breath, is how you kill a ghost. TK 7743 filed the tactic away. It felt like taking notes during a tornado. Elites, not a few, a line of them. They charged down the slope with a war cry that didn't translate in any Imperial database. Purple energy shields flickered. Plasma rifles blazed. Stormtrooper armor wasn't rated for this. A plasma bolt hit TK 7743's shoulder plate, melting plastoid instantly. Pain flared as raw heat licked his skin. He stumbled behind cover. "Medic! Medic!" Another stormtrooper shouted. "There is no medic." An ODST yelled back. "Just shoot or die." TK 7743 almost froze until an ODST shoved him hard. "Helmet down. Move your ass." Instinct saved him. Training saved him. Fear saved him most of all. A shadow troop carrier drifted in from the right flank, dropping a team of brutes armed with spikers and brute shots. The ground team split instinctively. Then the brutes charged. "Big ones are mine." An ODST barked. "I'd prefer they weren't anyone's." TK 7743 shot back, adrenaline overriding protocol. A brute fired a spike burst that embedded in the cover he hid behind razored metal quills, humming with kinetic vibration. Another wraith shot detonated behind them, throwing dirt and soldiers into the air. A burning Marine tumbled past, screaming. The Covenant weren't fighting to win. They were fighting to erase. TK 7743 watched ODSTs coordinate counterfire. Stormtroopers forming firing lines that cracked and reformed under pressure. UNSC Marines dragging wounded without breaking stride. The alliance was messy, improvised, desperate, but it held. Fall back to the Forerunner structure. The ODST squad leader ordered. Controlled withdrawal. Keep spacing. Keep fire on their advance. "This isn't a retreat," the ODST barked. "This is staying alive." TK 7743 grabbed the nearest wounded trooper, hauled him up. "Move! Move now!" Ghosts strafed behind them. Needler rounds exploded in showers of crystalline shrapnel. Plasma arcs sizzled against armor. TK 7743 ran through hell, lungs burning, vision blurring, mind screaming. He had stormed rebel bases. He had fought Wookiees. He had battled insurgents in alleyways so tight you could smell fear in the mortar. Nothing compared to this. Nothing came close. Forerunner structure loomed ahead, angular, alien, humming faintly. Marines inside opened fire to cover their approach. As TK 7743 sprinted, a hunter's fuel rod blast hit behind him, throwing bodies like ragdolls. He didn't look back. He dove into cover, breathing hard, hands shaking. A Marine slapped a new magazine into his rifle. An ODST sat down beside him, panting. Another stormtrooper limped in, armor scorched. TK 7743 stared back at the battlefield, feeling his heart try to escape his chest. "These things," he whispered. "This enemy, how do you fight something like that?" The ODST didn't look at him. He just checked the barrel of his rifle and said, "You don't out-muscle the Covenant. You outlast them." TK 7743 wasn't sure that was possible. But he was still alive. And on Halo, that counted as a victory. The air tastes like powdered glass. TK 4218 pushes his chin deeper into the helmet's sweat-soaked padding as the Wraith's plasma mortar detonates somewhere behind him. The concussion hits through the soil, one brutal, rising wave that slams his ribs. He doesn't break stride. Nobody does. The odds aren't stopping, so the stormtroopers aren't either. The valley is a half bowl of alien stone and scorched vegetation. The ringed sky curves overhead in its impossible arc horizon, rising upward instead of down. But the thing that keeps his pulse hammering isn't the alien geometry. It's the Covenant armor lines pushing through the smoke. Grunts first, dozens of them, shrieking, methane masks glinting in the harsh violet light of another Wraith shot. Behind them, jackals advance in shield over shield phalanxes. And above and behind those, lumbering like scaled siege towers, are the brutes. Taller than anything in the Empire's bestiary, every one of them built like someone hybridized a gladiator with a freight droid. The ODST sergeant barks, Wraiths bracketing left. Eyes up. TK 4218 lifts his E11, fires short. Discipline bursts at the advancing grunts. He's fought rebels before, scrappy, clever, improvisational. But nothing in the galaxy he came from prepared him for enemies that simply don't care about dying. Grunts drop, their bodies collapsing in little flailing heaps, yet the wave doesn't slow. "Why don't they break?" he mutters. The ODST beside him, helmet painted with a crude shark grin, jerks a thumb toward the towering brute captains. "Because those ugly bastards will rip them apart if they do," the battlefield snarls. A ghost skims into view, plasma cannons cutting neon arcs through the dirt. The stormtroopers scatter, firing back. The Otsts move with terrifying precision, like they were born in gravity wells made entirely of gunfire. The ghost swings back, then dies in a spray of debris as one of the stormtrooper portable missile launchers lands a miracle hit. The pilot tumbles out, limbs twitching. "Push!" Shark Grin yells, before reinforcements hit. They surge, and for a half second, TK 4218 thinks maybe the momentum is turning their way. Then the ground shakes. Hunters, twin pairs, bonded, orange cores pulsing like slow heartbeats beneath their armor plates. Each step is a hammer blow. Their shields sweep out with the same casual inevitability as a tide. TK 4218's throat tightens. "They're walking tanks," he whispers. "You should see them when they're angry," the ODST answers. The hunters fire. The fuel rod blasts roar across the slope. A stormtrooper disappears in a green eruption that leaves molten shards of armor raining down. Fall back. Controlled fallback. An ODST lieutenant shouts. The humans pivot, disciplined, but the Covenant press harder. Plasma bolts cut through the air like burning hail. Stormtroopers go down, one screaming, one silent. TK 4218 fires until his power pack overheats, tossing it aside, slamming in another. His hands shake, and he hates it, hates how obvious fear feels inside armor that was supposed to make him more than he is. Another explosion. Dirt rains down. His visor cracks at the edge. They break deeper into the valley's rocky spines. But the Covenant are gaining. Jackals scale the rocks with unnerving speed, firing down from elevation. The Osts punch back. The lines are fraying. Then TK 4218 hears a hiss. It's soft, almost nothing. His HUD flickers. Something shimmers to his left. He turns. A Zealot elite materializes mid-lunge, cloak peeling off its body in ripples of distorted light. 7+ feet of muscle, mandibles flared in a predator's snarl. Its energy sword ignites one vertical beam of lethal geometry. TK 4218 doesn't even get his blaster fully raised. The elite grabs him by the torso plate, strength monstrous, casual, and lifts him off the ground like he weighs nothing. The last thing he feels is the heat of the plasma blade punching through the chest panel and into the organs beneath. No drama. No grand speech. No time. The blade retracts. He drops like discarded machinery. Another stormtrooper, TK 4473, sees it happen through drifting smoke. The Zealot stands over his friend's body, sword humming, armor rippling back into active camouflage. TK 4473's stomach clenches hard enough to hurt. Contact left. Zealot, he screams, voice cracking. But the Zealot is already gone, just a faint shimmer in the haze, like a nightmare slipping behind a curtain. The Osts shift formation instantly. Shark, grin, curses. Stealth killers. Great, fantastic. Everyone bunch up. Nobody wanders. We're not dying out here alone. The Covenant tighten the ring around them. The terrain funnels the humans into a narrow corridor of rock and broken metal. Plasma fire rains. Hunters advance. Brutes howl commands. TK 4473 looks down at TK 4218's body still smoking, armor still hissing from the heat of the sword, and the reality hits cold and heavy as gravity. They're not fighting a rebellion. They're not fighting for order. They're fighting an alien war, centuries older and infinitely more vicious than anything in Imperial memory. And the Empire has no doctrine for this, no briefing, no comfort. Just survival. And the survival odds are falling. Fast. The corridor ahead darkens as more Covenant appear. The squad braces themselves, and the battle continues in the dirt and fire of a ring they do not yet understand. The ring keeps spinning under their boots, this impossible megastructure humming like a wounded god, and the war drags every living thing across its surface, whether they're ready or not. Let's anchor into the stormtrooper who just watched his squad mate get butchered by that Zealot. Call him TK 4217. He's lying behind a slab of alien stone, chest plate scored by plasma, lungs working like cracked bellows. The soundscape around him is a blender of species, doctrines, and technologies none of these soldiers were trained for. He's aware enough to register three things at once. The zealot is dragging the corpse of his friend away like a trophy. The ODST next to him is calmly reloading, as if this is a routine Tuesday. The horizon south of them erupts with a string of fireballs, TIE fighters, and banshees ripping each other apart. A voice crackles through his helmet. UNSC frequency they're piggybacking on. Johnson and Keyes entering substructure, unknown Covenant pursuit, Autumn wreck site compromised. That's the kind of news that sours morale. If command vanishes into a hole in the world, everyone left topside becomes a ghost waiting on orders that won't come. The fight is worsening, and TK 4217 knows it. A phantom gunship sweeps overhead, side cannons pulsing violet beams that carve trenches through soil and armor. A TIE/N screams in from the right, rips the Phantom open with a textbook strafing run, then eats a fuel rod to the cockpit on the way out. The TIE corkscrews into a warthog the stormtroopers have been using as a makeshift ammo dump. The explosion throws TK sideways and showers everything in burning fragments. He hears an ODST sergeant barking. Spartans are South Ridge. Vader's squad pushing East Canyon. Covenant armor massing on your 12 MOVE. Even in the chaos, Vader and the Chief have become mythic points of reference. The stories ripple across comms. Vader cutting a wraith open with nothing but that blazing blade, the Spartan lifting a brute off its feet and snapping its spine, both carving a corridor through forces that should have been mathematically impossible to break. To the stormtroopers, these stories feel like a gut punch, half hope, half humiliation. They were supposed to be the elite. Instead, they're struggling to survive against combatants twice their height and with weapons that melt armor like candle wax. A plasma mortar arcs in, landing too close. TK's visor blacks out for a second. He blinks away diagnostics, pushes himself to his knees. Another stormtrooper grabs his pauldron. TK, 2981, last one left from second squad. You saw it, didn't you? 2981 shouts. That elite, what it did to Weller? TK nods, jaw clenched. The image is burned into him. Weller lifted like a child, throat opened, dropped in the dirt. We need to fall back to the ridge. 2981 yells. ODST, say there's a rally point. Really points a death trap. ODST replies, chucking a frag. Covenant armors pushing from west. We cut north, or we get glassed. Then the ground shakes the kind of vibration that cuts straight through bone. A hunter pair charges into view, metal blue behemoths wading through fire like it's rain. A beam rifle shot clips one of them, barely annoying it. TK 4217 and 2981 open fire out of raw instinct. Their blasters splash useless red flashes against the hunter's plating. The ODST sergeant orders the only rational move, RETROGR, a DENOW. It's a retreat by every definition except the one soldiers will admit. They sprint across broken terrain. Overhead, another TIE fighter drops low. One Banshee loops behind it, spits plasma into its engines. The TIE plummets smoking into the canyon, detonating hard enough to knock TK flat again. He crawls behind a rock, blinking away the ringing in his skull. And that's when he feels it. A shimmer, a distortion. Active camouflage. He barely twists in time. The elite zealot that killed Weller uncloaks above him, jaws parted in something that isn't quite a smile. The energy sword hisses alive, heat washing over TK's faceplate. He fires point-blank 3 shots, 5-10. The bolts flicker against shields that don't care. The sword punches through his chest. He feels himself leaving his own body, surprised by how quiet death actually sounds. For a stormtrooper raised in a galaxy drowning in war, fear is an old companion. But this moment is strangely calm. The zealot yanks the blade free. From behind, TK 2981 sees the entire thing. And grief isn't what hits him. Rage is. Pure and simple. The kind that cuts through doctrine and fear and the lifetime of conditioning that told him to suppress emotion. He screams TK 4217's name and unloads everything he has, driving forward because stopping means thinking, and thinking means breaking. Oughts pull him back before the zealot can finish him too. A phantom drops in to reinforce the elite, forcing the human troops to scatter. As the survivors fall back toward the ridge, every comm channel buzzes with overlapping chaos. Covenant deploying Scarab-class walker at the crash site. Repeat, Scarab Vader. Requesting armored support, North Valley Spartan 117. Sighted engaging Brute's West Sector keys, and Johnson confirmed entering deep structure lost contact. The ring is becoming a labyrinth of simultaneous crises. And every soldier stormtrooper, ODST Marine, can feel the war tightening its grip. None of them know what's waiting below the surface, where Johnson and Keyes just disappeared. But they all know one truth. The ring is not done with them. The descent into the Halo's underbelly hits like a pressure change in the soul. Every step Keyes takes feels swallowed by the architecture, like the ring is listening, considering, cataloging. He doesn't show it. Keyes is a professional to the bone. But the 3 stormtroopers stuck to him like burrs, TK 3274, TK 7609, and a rookie called Marin, have no idea how unsettling this place really is. They only know that following Keyes and Johnson feels safer than staying alone in the tunnels. Truth is, none of them are safe. The air changes first. A metallic tang. A faint ozone bite. Johnson lifts his assault rifle slightly, eyes squinting the way they do when he smells trouble. Feel that? He mutters. Yeah, Kais answers softly. This place isn't just a structure. It's a system. TK 3274 adjusts his E11 blaster. Commander, you said this thing is artificial. Who built it? Keyes doesn't sugarcoat, never has. We don't know yet. But they didn't build small. Johnson adds with a dry chuckle. You folks build moons, battle stations, the size of cities. This ring makes all that look like somebody's backyard project. TK 7609 scans the shadows. We've seen megastructures. Nothing feels like this. It's quiet. It's the wrong kind of quiet, Marin mutters. They walk deeper. The lighting isn't light, it's glow. Lines in the walls pulse with soft blue patterns, like veins under skin. The ceiling sweeps up into impossible geometry, the kind of angles that make human eyes want to misinterpret them. This is where the fear starts to feel earned. One corridor widens into a cavernous chamber. It drops off into a spiral of ramps and gravity lifts. Kais feels his stomach twist, not from vertigo, but from cognition. This is a place built by something that thought on scales humans can't replicate. Johnson whispers, this ain't a Covenant build. No, Kai says. This place is older. Nobody speaks for a stretch. Their boots echo in a way that sounds too much like footsteps behind them, except no one is there. The stormtroopers are whispering among themselves. Commander, TK 3274 asks, "Your Marines mentioned monsters on this ring. Some kind of ancient threat?" Speculation, Keys, lies cleanly. Right now, our only confirmed threat is the Covenant. Nothing more. Johnson glances at him, knows the truth is heavier, smells Key's fear, like smoke, but he doesn't challenge it. Then the temperature shifts again. A flicker of light at the far end of the chamber. Small, hovering, blue-white, like a drifting will-o'-the-wisp. The stormtroopers lock their weapons on instinct. Keys lifts a hand, motioning them down, not because it isn't a threat, but because shooting might be the worst possible idea. The orb drifts with deliberate curiosity, tracing a lazy arc through the upper walkway. It has an iris-like aperture on its faceplate, blinking like a mechanical pupil. Watching them, studying. "Johnson," Keys murmurs, "you seeing this?" TK 7609 whispers, "Is it Covenant tech?" Kais shakes his head. "No, they wouldn't build something like that. Too elegant, too alien." The orb pauses, tilts, as if listening. Then it flickers away behind a column and disappears with casual disinterest, like it already got what it came for. A chill rolls through the squad that no one mentions aloud. Commander, TK 3274 says, voice brittle, "Should we follow it?" Johnson snorts. "Hell no. You don't follow something like that unless you want to end up mounted on a wall somewhere." Kais focuses, pulls the team forward. Their time is bleeding out. The Covenant are on the surface, swarming. Johnson's gut keeps tightening. He knows something down here is wrong on a level he can't articulate yet. "We keep to the objective," Keys orders. "We find the truth behind this structure, get intel back to command, and get out alive." "Alive works for me," Johnson mutters. The tunnels constrict. Lights dim. Their shadows stretch long and distorted across floor tiles that shimmer faintly with hard-forged age. The stormtroopers keep glancing behind them, not because they're afraid of the Covenant, but because something about this place makes them feel observed, examined. A distant clatter echoes from somewhere far below. Not Covenant, not machinery. Something organic, wrong. Keys stops. "Stay alert," he says, voice low. "And no matter what you think you hear, you don't wander. You don't split up." Johnson rests a hand on his shotgun. "Commander, whatever this place is hiding, it ain't friendly." Keys nods, jaw tight. "Then let's hope it isn't awake yet." They move deeper into the Halo's throat, unaware that the monitor has already begun its calculations, and that the ring is quietly preparing for the next phase. The descent becomes a dirge. The Forerunner corridors tighten into a maze of ribbed metal and cold air currents, the kind of layout built not to welcome travelers, but to funnel them. Keys can feel it. This place isn't merely underground. It's a vault designed to keep something in, not out. He doesn't say that aloud. A commander knows when truth is poison. The surviving stormtroopers, TK 3274, TK 7609, Marin move with him and Johnson through increasingly narrow passageways. Their blasters stay trained on the darkness, as if that alone will keep it from chewing them alive. The lights dim again. The floor slopes downward. A distant thump echoes through stone, organic, heavy, wet. Johnson's jaw tightens around the cigarette. He hasn't smoked since they crashed. Commander, that didn't sound mechanical. Keyes answers quietly. No, it didn't. THEF, IRS, TSIGNS. A smear on the wall. Brownish green. Ropey. TK 7609 kneels, keeping his rifle trained down the corridor. Is this Covenant? No, Keyes whispers. The Covenant bleed clean. This is something else. The smear pulses slightly when touched by light. Marin recoils. Did that thing move? It's the ventilation. Johnson lies without even looking. He doesn't believe it. Not for a second. They keep moving. The corridors widen again into a chamber filled with hanging containment pods, fist-sized translucent canisters, suspended on grav lines. Cracked, more than a few shattered. Johnson studies the debris. These ain't egg sacs, but damn if they don't look like something was stored in them. TK 3274 wipes condensation from a lens. Whatever they held looks like it broke out. Marin whispers, then where the hell is it? The silence answers. THEF, IRS, TC, ONT, a CT. A metal clatter behind them. Something skitters. Fast. Johnson spins, shotgun up. Nothing. Then a wet, sucking sound overhead, like boots peeling off mud. TK 7609 angles his helmet upward, and a shape drops from the ceiling, straight onto Marin. A flood infection form. Lore, accurate, merciless, a tentacled horror the size of a basketball, all spine, twitching nerves, and blind hunger. It hits Marin's visor with a slap, seeking cracks, drilling forward. Marin screams, flailing. Johnson fires once too late. The infection form punctures the neck seal, forcing itself inside the armor. Marin's body convulses violently, arms spasming, helmet slamming the ground. TK 7609 stumbles back. What WHATWASTHAT? Keyes doesn't answer. He can't, because Marin's body just twitched again, and not the way a dying man twitches. Johnson grabs Keyes' arm. Commander, we need to move. But Marin is rising. Arms dangling wrong, head twisted at an angle that suggests the bones inside have melted into something else. His visor cracks outward as something swollen pushes from behind the faceplate. TK 7609 fires, reflexively 3 shots to the chest. No effect. Johnson empties the shotgun into it, blowing out Marin's sternum. That stops him, but doesn't kill him. The thing inside simply writhes, trying to drag its puppet forward. Keyes whispers, this is a containment facility. TK 3274 fires into the ceiling. THENW YDID YUBRING USHERE. Keyes barks, MOVE NOW THEFLOODARIVE. They run, but the flood move faster. Shapes emerge from recesses, silhouettes of former Marines, former Covenant, former something else, all twisted, swollen, limbs reshaped into weapons of bone and muscle. Every step produces a squelch against the floor. TK 7609 fires down the hallway, hitting 3. They barely slow down. Johnson grabs him by the collar and drags him backward as Keyes lays down controlled bursts. The flood don't scream. They rush in silence, the silence of things that remember enough biology to stalk prey, but not enough to be human. THEBOTTLANECK. They reach a stairwell descent, a tight choke point, a gift. Key's orders, hold the line. TK 3274 kneels, blaster steady. His shots punch smoking pits into flood biomass, slowing some of them. But the crawler's small infection forms swarm from the flanks, dozens scrabbling over the walls, floor, ceiling. Johnson shouts, "Focus fire." Don't let them close. They don't. And still the flood advance. TK 7609 tries to reload, but an infection form leaps, latching onto his exposed hip joint. He screams, slams against the wall, fingers clawing at his armor. Keys shoots the form, but a second is already on him. TK 7609 vanishes under a carpet of parasites. His screams break, then gurgle, then stop. TK 3274 breathes ragged through his helmet. "Commander, we can't win this." Keys knows. And he knows what command would expect. He pulls a frag grenade. Johnson grabs his wrist. "Sir, we can't let them reach the surface. Sir, look LOOK." Down the corridor behind them wider, deeper, the infected bodies are forming a wall of flesh, tendrils rising, merging their biology into a single advancing mass. There is no fighting this, only slowing it. Keys nods to Johnson. "Buy me 10 seconds. Johnson nods back. "You got 5. THEENDOFKEYESSQUD. The flood hit like a tidal wave. Johnson fires until the shotgun clicks empty, then wields it like a club, smashing in a skull bursting with infected growth. TK 3274 empties his last power pack. Then a zealot form, Flood, once an elite, now monstrous, grabs him by the throat and lifts him from the ground. The stormtrooper kicks, gasps, then is silenced as bone spikes punch through the plastoid. The grenade goes off. Corridor shudders, collapsing part of the ceiling. Enough to slow the horde, barely. Johnson yells, "COMMAER. GO." Keys runs. He runs because he has to warn command, because he has seen truth, and it has teeth. He runs until infection forms leap from vents, from walls, from the floor, and swarm him. Kais disappears under the mass. Johnson hesitates, rifle raised, then sees the truth. There's no rescue. He turns and runs. THELAS, TSTORMTROPER. One survived. TK 3274's partner TK 1342 had been separated earlier in the tunnels, lost in a side corridor. He hears the gunfire. He hears the screams. He hears something wet, skittering. But he doesn't go back. He runs into the darkness, alone. Blaster low, breath short, heart stomping panic into his ribs. Behind him, he hears something crawling in pursuit. Then, another sound, soft, mechanical, watching. The monitor gliding silently through the dark. TK 1342 sprints into the blackness. He's never seen again. Not by anything that still calls itself alive. The surface battle is a furnace, white hot, unceasing, and the galaxy is busy grinding both empires into mulch. But the real fracture in the day happens when the expected voices go silent. Kais, Johnson, their squad, and those 3 stray stormtroopers who followed them underground. Master Chief registers it the way a stone registers pressure, no outward motion, but a change in the grain. Vader feels it like a short in a power conduit, a sudden drop, the unmistakable snap of lives erased. A comm tech near the Spartan yells over the chaos, still nothing from Key's channel. "Sir, he's been dark for 16 minutes. Chief doesn't answer. There's no point wasting breath on a fact that already metastasized into danger. Vader, several meters away, stands unbothered by the plasma bolts hissing past him. Stormtroopers fire in disciplined volleys, white armor carbon scored and smeared with methane-tainted soil. Marines bark half-panicked corrections. Far above, a pair of TIE fighters scream through the sky, only to be lanced down by banshees in tight spirals. 2 more TIEs make bombing runs, dropping green ion payloads that crater Wraith Column, but the Covenant returns fire with vicious precision. Ghosts carve up troopers trying to reposition. A grunt fuel rod shot liquefies a Marine's legs. It's ugly, real ugly. Then something changes. A ripple runs through the Covenant line. Brutes shove jackals aside. Elites bark orders in their harsh, liquid growl. Ghosts reverse thrust. Wraiths pivot their plasma mortars away from the humans. Are they withdrawing? A Marine says, disbelief overriding fear. Chief's visor tracks movement. They aren't falling back with order. They're fleeing. Vader's head tilts the slightest degree. He's reading the panic, the way somebody might smell rot familiar, unmistakable. There is a disturbance, he says, voice low, modulated, and carved from bedrock. Not fear of us. Chief glances toward him. Keys. The single word is enough between them. They move. Stormtroopers fall in behind Vader, grateful for the dark gravity of him. Marines cluster to Chief's silhouette, desperate for the competence. The 2 advance in a line of steel and purpose, while overhead the sky cracks with a new Chorus Covenant dropships powering away from the battlefield like they've seen a ghost behind the humans. And then radio static. A frequency Chief knows. It's a fragment. Warped. Wet. Kai's surrounded, not Covenant. Then a sound that has no place in any sane taxonomy. Something like lungs filling where lungs shouldn't exist. The channel dies. A Marine stumbles. What was that? What the hell was that? Chief keeps moving. Vader's stride accelerates. They descend the ramp toward the access doors. Keys entered hours earlier. Bodies mark the approach. Shredded Marines. A stormtrooper whose armor is punctured by spikes as though something blossomed outward from inside him. Vader pauses, not in hesitation, but in analysis. His gloved hand hovers inches above the corpse. This one died screaming, he murmurs. The agony is recent. Chief's finger taps the side of his helmet. Motion sensors picking up movement. Multiple, fast. The door ahead flickers, energy failing. Something heavy slams it from the inside. Metal bows. A squeal like a birthing animal echoes through the corridor. And Vader, for all his lifetime of horrors, still feels an instinctive wrongness. This is not rebellion, not insurgency, not war. This is infection. On the other side was once human, once Marine, now swollen, pulped, bearing too many limbs, and not enough recognition behind its twitching head. Its movements snap with an insect's efficiency. Tendrils reach. The stench of rot and misfolded biology hits them like a wall. Vader reacts, first blade igniting with a hungry roar as he cleaves the creature in half. It screeches in two voices. Both die mid-wail. Chief fires in disciplined bursts, shredding a carrier form that staggers behind it and detonates in a cloud of infection spores. His shield flares. "Vader," Chief says, backing into formation beside him. "These weren't alive a few minutes ago. Then we will burn them before they rise again." And deeper in the corridor, something big moves. Fast. The stormtroopers falter. They aren't built for this. Their blasters feel like toys against the sound of skittering limbs and the wet slap of reanimated flesh. A scream echoes from far inside. A stormtrooper's voice. The lone survivor of Key's escort, crying out before it's cut short by a gurgled choke. Vader steps forward, cloak trailing through blood and thickening spores. "This place," he says, hungers. Chief primes a grenade. Then we break its teeth. No clean heroism waits for them here, only the labyrinth below. The absence of Commander Key's voice, and a new enemy that kills the soul before the body. The war above was brutal. The one down here is existential. And as they descend into the dark where the flood waits, the galaxy begins to tilt towards something far worse than the Covenant. Their next steps carry them straight into it. The first sign isn't sound, it's silence. That's the part that punches Vader's first silence, where a battle should be roaring. The Covenant lines in front of him collapse, not from sustained UNSC fire, not from Imperial precision, but from something behind them. Something pushing them toward retreat. Even elites, those arrogant, ritual-hungry zealots, stumble backward, firing wildly down the ravine that leads to the lower structure. Chief hears the sudden chorus of Covenant comms screaming over the open channels. Vader hears only fear. Fear is a smell to him, a thermal distortion in the Force, a tremor, sharp, frantic. And every single Covenant signature below them is screaming the same thing: run. A stormtrooper near Chief catches the moment before understanding. "Sir, why the hell are they falling back? We've got them pinned." No one answers, because that's when the first infected Sanghaili staggers into view. The transformation is grotesquely efficient muscles ballooned in unnatural symmetry, chest cracked open like a maw, tendrils twitching as they taste the air. Its armor hangs like a memory. Combat form carries a plasma rifle as naturally as breathing, but now its aim is predatory, not trained. It opens fire instantly. Plasma cuts through 3 Marines before they process the shape. Chief shoots clean, center mass 3 bursts of the Ma-5. It keeps coming. He switches to a controlled burst at the infection form swollen in its ribs. That finally drops it. Vader watches the thing die with an analytical chill. This enemy does not behave like anything he has fought, not rebels, not Jedi, not insurgencies. This is coordinated biological militarization, a collective mind with infinite bodies. In the Force, it feels like a screaming, hungry fog. "That is not natural," a stormtrooper whispers behind him. "Lord Vader, what is that?" Vader gives the facts blunt and merciless. An organism that consumes without limit. Focus or you die. The trooper steadies, barely. A Marine Comtech approaches Chief through heavy fire. Still no contact from Captain Keyes, sir. Last ping was 90 minutes ago. Nothing since. Chief doesn't react emotionally. He never does. But Johnson's voice comes in over-cracked signal, shaky with strain. We found something down here. Chief, damn thing's sealed for a reason. Static tears the rest away. Even Vader's enhanced auditory sense can't retrieve more than fragments. Chief moves immediately. Vader, we're going down. Vader doesn't bristle at being spoken to as an equal. He doesn't have space for ego right now. You intend to walk into whatever extinguished an entire Covenant company? Chief reloads, yes. Vader ignites his saber. Then we proceed. The remaining stormtroopers follow, though every one of them knows they're marching into something far worse than plasma fire. In the Force, Vader senses minds, not individual minds, but a chorus. Millions of voices braided into one will, one instinct, acquisition. It's vast. It's organized. And it's growing. The first hallway shows the extent of it. A jackal combat form lies in a twisted arc, spine inverted backward, claws reforged into stabbing tools. It died mid-mutation, ripped apart by something stronger before it finished morphing. A Marine whispers, "God, these things kill each other too." Chief answers with tactical truth. They optimize. If a host isn't useful, they discard it. The stormtrooper nearest Vader mutters, "This isn't war, it's harvesting." Vader responds without looking. Fear slows you. Control it. But even he's shaken. He recognizes military discipline in the arrangement of bodies. The Flood didn't just kill, they created cover. They dragged corpses into strategic elevation, forming firing nests. They're not a mindless swarm. They're a learning organism, rehearsing tactics in real time. A burst of plasma screams down the hallway, shot by a human combat form wearing shredded UNSC fatigues. The trooper who fires back freezes mid-shot. "Sir, that's a stormtrooper." It is, or it was. The armor is cracked open by infection talons. The helmet is fused to a bulbous mass, one eyepiece cracked from internal pressure. Fingertips are gone, replaced with chitinous extensions built for gripping. The creature raises its E-11 blaster with mechanical precision. It fires a perfect 3-round burst. Lore accurate. Terrifyingly efficient. Chief puts it down with a grenade, splattering infection biomass across the walls. The trooper who spoke steps back, trembling. That was Jex. He was on Blue Squad. He had a kid. Vader cuts him off sharply. That was not your comrade. That was a weapon wearing his corpse. Cruel, yes, but true. And the trooper steadies from the truth, not from comfort. Corridor ahead lights up with distant voices, Keyes' voice repeating a transmission that cannot exist, layered in 3 other languages simultaneously. It shouldn't be possible. It's the Flood using neural tissue as a speaker. Chief freezes. He knows what this means. Vader listens with deeper perception and feels the mind behind the echo. The grave mind is not awake, but it is dreaming. And its dreams are already reaching. A nearby stormtrooper hears something else whispers, forming coherent Imperial basic inside his helmet, even though his comm is off. Join us. He rips his helmet off, panicked, hurling it down the hall. It echoes like a death knell. The Flood attack in coordinated flanking patterns, 2 on the ceiling, 3 running along the walls, 1 firing from behind a makeshift barricade of corpses. They've used Covenant human and Imperial bodies, to create firing lanes. Chief's shields flare and pop under combined plasma and EE-11 fire. Vader's saber becomes a cyclone of red motion efficient, not cinematic. He cuts 2 forms down, but a third rushes from the blind side with a needler. The needles detonate against his armor. His suit hisses, compensating. A stormtrooper tries to retreat and gets grabbed, dragged into the dark. His scream doesn't last long. Another trooper fires desperately, hitting a Flood Marine form center mass 5 times. It keeps coming, lumbering forward as its ribcage pulses with infection sacs. Chief shoots those sacs. The thing collapses, but 2 more drop from the ceiling to take its place. By the time they reach the inner chamber where Keyes made his last transmission, only 3 stormtroopers remain. 1 is bleeding heavily, 1 is barely coherent, and 1, the one who will eventually run, keeps checking the shadows like they're chewing through the walls. They see the remains of Keyes' command squad. They see the smears of biomass. They see what Keyes became: no heroism, no noble sacrifice, just assimilation. Vader absorbs it all through the Force, like static, one mind becoming another mind, becoming a chorus. This enemy is a plague with strategy, he mutters. Not hunger, intention. Chief responds flatly, we need to leave. When the next wave hits silent, fast, coordinated, it's too much. Chief pulls the injured trooper by the collar. Vader blocks the corridor with collapsing supports, using telekinesis. 2 stormtroopers are taken, instantly dragged under a tide of limbs and biomass. The last trooper hesitates, staring into a vent shaft. Chief shouts, "Move!" But the trooper is already scrambling into the dark, panic overriding all training. He vanishes into a maze of maintenance ducts, guided by nothing but terror. He never rejoins the group. He doesn't die on screen. He simply disappears into the dark, running deeper into the ring. Chief and Vader burst out of the last service access of the lower structure, like men stepping out of a drowning lung. No triumphant music, no heroic framing, just 2 exhausted, blood-slicked warhorses climbing into a world that has gotten noticeably worse in the short time they were underground. The sky is wrong. Smoke pillars stack across the horizon like black ribs. Banshees streak overhead in retreat, patterns erratic, uneven, the kind that says our command chain doesn't exist anymore. And beneath them, TIE fighters are locked in savage air-to-air combat, but the sky itself seems to be pulling apart with chaotic motion. Chief's visor logs dozens of new flood signatures erupting across the terrain. They're surfacing. They're growing. Vader steps forward, takes in everything at once, and snaps open a channel to the Executor with a clipped edge that means lives are about to be traded. Executor, this is Lord Vader. Engage bombardment sector Theta 9 immediately. He rarely raises his voice. He never needs to. It's the tone that carries weight, a razor's edge between control and annihilation. The Executor's bridge responds with disciplined panic just beneath the protocol. Lord Vader, we detect heavy Covenant presence near that sector. Then you will remove them. Direct, cold, surgical. An emergent biological force is consuming the battlefield. The Covenant are no longer the priority. There's dead silence on the channel, the kind where an entire superstar destroyer's command crew collectively decides they don't need every detail to obey. Vader feels their fear across the void, but this time it isn't directed at him. It's directed at whatever he has just declared worth glassing. Chief is already analyzing the terrain, mapping shortest extraction routes, checking remaining ammo, checking blast radii. Logic and instinct welded together. Bombardment won't stop the flood, Chief states. Vader already knows. Vader knows too well. He felt that colossal mind down there, still forming but already probing. You grasp their nature. I saw enough, Chief answers. So did you. He's not being dramatic. He's being literal. The Force still tastes of that mind, the whispering hunger spreading in branching patterns. Up in orbit, the Executor's bridge trembles, not from impact, but from the shudder of its own guns spinning to life. The gunnery chief stands at the forward viewport, watching the halo ring arc beneath them in impossible curvature. The scale is disorienting, like trying to bombard a continent shaped like a god's wedding ring. Concussion missile batteries primed, turbolasers charging. Standing by, the Admiral steps beside him, pale under bridge lighting. You heard, Lord Vader. Fire. The first salvo streaks out blue-white bolts, cutting into the ring world's valley. The impact is harsh, clean, surgical. Entire canyons erupt. Forests vanish. Structures fracture. The ground convulses as sections of the ring destabilize from orbital shock. And in the fireball, the scanners show it. Movement. Shifting, spreading. Sir, the gunnery chief mutters. What we're hitting, it's still expanding. The Admiral doesn't respond. He simply watches the expanding pattern and understands why Vader didn't sound triumphant. This thing doesn't fear fire. On the ground, the bombardment slams into the valley behind Chief, and Vader massive concussive shockwaves, ripping trees out of the soil. Soil liquefies under their boots. The terrain buckles. Chief stabilizes his stance, cutting through debris like it's weather. Vader holds his balance through telekinetic reinforcement, but even he has to brace. This is the first time the Imperials have ever fired at full power against something they don't understand. It shows. Chief shouts over the roar. We need to split. Vader turns sharply. Explain. I'm going for the Pillar of Autumn. We destroy the ship, detonate the engines. It'll destabilize the ring. We take the flood with it. Vader considers it in an instant. Logic, flawless. Morality, irrelevant. But strategy, sound. If you fail, Vader warns, the flood will consume this system and then find the next. Chief nods once. Then I won't fail. And here's the honest, brutal truth. Vader doesn't try to follow. Not out of pride, not out of disagreement, but because he knows tactically that Chief will move freer without a Sith Lord altering every encounter. And Vader himself needs to oversee the orbital destruction. More importantly, they both know something unspoken. If this ring awakens, the flood won't be the only thing unleashed. Vader turns to the LZ. Troopers, fall back to the extraction point. The remaining stormtroopers sprint. Some fall, some don't get up. But the ones who remain cling to formation because Vader's presence is a gravity well order in the middle of biological chaos. Chief breaks into a full sprint in the opposite direction, moving with a grim, calculated urgency. He has no illusions. He's not saving everyone. He's ending everything to stop something worse. Vader stops, sensing Chief's presence one last time through the violent storm of the battlefield. He doesn't shout. He simply says, Spartan. Chief turns slightly. Bring this structure down. Chief's visor tilts up just enough to acknowledge, and then he disappears into dust. Fire and the splintered forest heading toward the Pillar of Autumn. Vader marches toward his shuttle, surrounded by escorting troopers who don't understand what they just survived. None of them do. Not yet. But the Executor does. Its sensors don't lie. Whatever is growing on the ring is spreading faster than the bombardment can erase it. This isn't a war. It's a countdown. The ring is destabilizing, and everyone Imperial and UNSC feels it. None of this plays heroic. None of it is neat. This is the grim, sensible reality of two militaries watching a superstructure the size of a small moon dissolve into apocalyptic geometry. Let's take it from both ends, tightly interwoven. The bridge of the Executor isn't built for trembling. It's built to project absolute dominance. But as the view screens flood with real-time scans of the ring's interior rupture, there's a look that travels across the entire command crew like a cold tide. Not awe, not shock, just raw, primate-level fear. A junior lieutenant clamps a hand over her mouth as they watch a flood-controlled mass, once a Covenant cruiser, crawl along the interior surface like a tumor trying to build wings. The Executor's last volley disintegrates it. Gods, someone whispers. Imperial officers don't talk like that. Not on duty. Not ever. The Admiral doesn't reprimand him. He can't. He flinches as another section of the ring buckles and collapses into vacuum. The structure groans in silence, and the sensors translate it as seismic shocks rippling along the megastructure's backbone. Lord Vader, the Admiral manages, voice cracking in a way that would have ended his career anywhere else. We are seeing structural failures across the entire ring. Vader stands centered in the command pit, silent, immovable. His mask doesn't show it, but the force around him is tight as a clenched fist. An officer shouts, "We're losing ground troops. Multiple stormtrooper detachments, no signal, no vitals." Another chimes in, "Flood biomass spreading across secondary impact craters, sir. It's eating the bombardment." The Admiral turns to Vader. "We should withdraw." "Not yet." Vader's voice cuts like a vibroblade. The Spartan is not clear. The crew exchange looks. The man they feared is delaying the only sane decision they have left for a single soldier of another species. It makes no sense. But then, nothing about this day has. And no one challenges him. Chief moves with purpose, but the landscape is pure nightmare. The Halo's internal weather systems are failing winds, howl against buckling terrain. Fragments of the ring's inner shell fall like burning snow. He encounters a stormtrooper squad near a collapsed ravine. 3 men still standing, 2 wounded, 1 crawling away without his rifle. The nearest trooper looks at Chief as if he's a lifeline. "We Commander Vader said to retreat sector loss flood." He's shaking so hard he can barely speak. Chief studies him a moment, sees the pupils blown wide with fight or flight overload, sees the trembling in his trigger finger. "Get to high ground," Chief orders. "Find cover. Move now." They run not because he shouted, but because his calm makes the situation worse. Calm means certainty. Certainty means these men are about to die unless they move. Chief continues through a ruined gully, stepping over bodies UNSC Marines, stormtroopers, Covenant. Blood spore sacs pulse on some of them, twitching like meat balloons ready to burst. He keeps moving. A Marine corporal helmet gone, face streaked with blood slams into him in full panic. Chief, where Keys is gone, everyone's gone, something's coming up through the tunnels. It's... Chief stabilizes her by the arm. Pull back to the autumn. epic roots are open behind me. She nods, sobbing uncontrollably, and bolts. Chief doesn't watch her go. He has one mission: get to the ship. He climbs a ridge and sees it, the pillar of autumn, half buried in the fractured landscape, smoking like a dying engine. The ground beneath it glows from subsurface energy surges. The ring is cracking. He sprints. An alarm blares across the bridge. A young nav officer shouts. Gravitational shear is rising ring. Instability is forming a collapse vortex. Translation: the halo is about to tear itself apart, and the shockwave will take them with it. Lord Vader, the Admiral pleads, we must retreat or we will be caught in the implosion. Vader watches the sensors, watches Chief's transponder. It flickers, but it's still moving. Maintain position, Vader commands. The Admiral nearly collapses. Fear, fatigue, and the surreal pressure of the moment all break his military posture. Lie. Vader doesn't answer. He simply watches the inevitable approach. He reaches the access ramp. Wreckage forms a makeshift tunnel. He moves through it quickly, efficiently, every step heavy, deliberate. Inside, the ship feels like a crypt. Emergency lights. Smoke. Fire slowly chewing through the walls. Cortana's voice comes through his helmet as he reaches the engine room. Welcome back, Chief. I assume you have a plan. Detonate the engines. Of course you do. He moves through the familiar corridors, each step bringing him closer to the heart of the ship and to the end of this ring. Behind him, the ring's surface fractures again, another quake rocking the entire structure. The countdown begins. Another officer screams, ring structure destabilizing. We have to go. And finally, Vader moves. Helm, pull us back. Full power. The Executor lurches massive engines, firing as the vessel claws away from the ring. The gravitational vortex is growing, swirling like a cosmic whirlpool. The ship trembles violently, alarms screaming. The pillar of autumn explodes. Light tears across the void. The shockwave expands, ripping through the ring. The entire structure fractures like a colossal porcelain disc thrown at the ground. Segments peel outward. Huge arcs of terrain drift into space. Fire and broken geometry unravel in a breathtaking, horrifying bloom. The bridge officers stare, faces bathed in the impossible light, pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Jump, the Admiral orders. Jump to hyperspace now. Vader does not give the order, but he does not stop it. The Executor's hyperdrive tears open a crimson corridor, violent, unstable, firing without calculation. The dying ring reaches for them, fragments, gravity shear, the last glare of a dead civilization. And then they snap away. Just before the stars stretch into hyperspace, Vader sees it. The ring, once serene, mathematical, perfect shattering in a bright scream of fire and dust, collapsing into the void like a dying thought. And then it's gone. No fanfare, no victory, just survival. And the Executor is alone again in its own galaxy, carrying a story no one will ever truly believe. Vader's perspective. The Dark Lord's usual calm, calculating mind is disrupted, rattled in a way that only truly alien events can do. He watches the ring's destruction from the Executor's bridge, the tremor of gravitational pull and radiation scraping the edges of their sensors. He feels powerless, a sensation he has rarely, if ever, known. Every instinct honed through conquest, every lesson in fear and control, fails to adequately register what just occurred. The flood creatures that could think, strategize, adapt bodies of soldiers and elites, their forms and movements grotesque yet horrifyingly intelligent. Vader's mind races. No Sith technique, no lightsaber, no force manipulation could have contained that. He feels a grudging, reluctant recognition of John 117's brilliance. The human acted with singular logic, determinism, and sacrifice. The destruction of the Pillar of Autumn wasn't merely tactical, it was categorical. Vader registers this without any notion of reverence. He catalogs it as efficiency, brilliant, cold, and unflinching. Yet there's unease in him. Even with the Executor's might, he's not sure he could have survived alone on the ring's surface. He considers the stormtroopers, the ones who survived the skirmishes, their expressions frozen in terror. The majority have no words, cannot process what they've seen. Vader notes the fragility of human and clone psyches when faced with a truly alien, adaptive enemy. He recognizes fear, trauma, and the beginnings of psychological shattering. Stormtroopers' perspective. A handful remain scattered across the bridge and decks of the Executor. Their senses are overwhelmed by sight, sound, and experience. One thinks, almost abstractly, of the wraiths, the brutes, the hunters, the flood. None of it is comparable to anything in Imperial history. The humans, the monsters, the everything, mutters one, voice cracking over comms. His armor is scorched, weapons barely operational, and he feels the weight of comrades lost in grotesque ways. Bodies have been torn, corrupted, used against each other. The flood's intelligence haunts his mind even though he never fully saw them. He felt them anticipate every move. Some of the surviving stormtroopers are silent, shivering, scanning corridors for threats that are no longer there. One mutters, quietly, we didn't win. We didn't survive. There is no pride here, only the heavy thrum of adrenaline, slowly giving way to shock. Executor crew perspective. The bridge officers, gunners, and navigation staff are shell-shocked. Their screens still show debris, ruptures, gravity spikes. They are witnessing the remnants of a halo ring in its last throes, an event they cannot categorize. The communications officer tries to relay data, but even the most seasoned navigators have no frame of reference. The Emperor's empire seems distant, irrelevant. The crew feels a dangerous blend of awe and terror. They had fought star systems, faced superweapons, navigated nebulae thick with death. Nothing in their experience compares to the living nightmare they witnessed. Whispers circulate. That was alive. It was thinking it knew what we'd do before we did. We're lucky we survived. Vader, uncharacteristically, allows the crew a brief silence. No orders are issued beyond warp out. Even his authority cannot counteract the shock. The galactic might of the Empire is irrelevant against something so alien. Vader, reflecting on Chief's actions, he recognizes the human's strategic mind. Chief's actions were precise, inevitable, and necessary. Unlike the Empire's usual tactics, which involve overwhelming force and terror, Chief relied on intellect, timing, and sacrifice. Vader mentally files this. Efficiency in combat, intelligence in calculation, ruthlessness without malice. This is not hero worship. Vader does not do that, but he cannot dismiss it. There is respect in understanding. Chief operated in a theater Vader has never encountered and succeeded, where even he could not imagine surviving. Yet Vader also feels unease, a grudging acknowledgement of the unpredictability of sentient life. The flood, the ring, the covenant, all these elements lie outside the Empire's understanding. For the first time, Vader experiences an alien factor that cannot be crushed through intimidation or power. Post-event psychological landscape. Stormtroopers, shaken, traumatized. Some may suffer permanent psychological damage. Their understanding of warfare fundamentally altered. Executor crew, in awe, terrified, uncertain if galactic order has meaning beyond the narrow confines of their previous experience. Vader, mentally cataloging, analyzing, disturbed yet calculating, respects Chief's logic and efficiency, but unsettled by the unpredictability and intelligence of the Flood. The hum of the Executor's engines is deafening in its monotony. Vader sits on the bridge, mask still intact, but the weight in his chest is unfamiliar. He studies the starfield outside, yet his mind keeps returning to the ring. The images are burned into his consciousness, steel and bioforms twisted by an alien intelligence. Soldiers he could have counted on turned into weapons against themselves. The Flood not merely creatures, but tactical predators. They adapted. They learned. They predicted. They used the bodies of the living as instruments. Nothing in the Jedi texts, nothing in the Sith archives could have prepared me for that. He recalls Chief's decision to destroy the Pillar of Autumn. Efficiency, logic, ruthlessness, no hesitation, no drama. This human acted with clarity, knowing the cost. Vader's mind grudgingly analyzes it. There was brilliance in the method, but also unpredictability. Chief chose destruction over survival, something Vader rarely sees outside of Sith philosophy. And yet, Vader feels an alien respect, sharpened by an undeniable irritation that human was not mine to command, nor could I have controlled him. Vader notices the crew around him, their pallor, their hands trembling over consoles. He sees fear he has not seen since the Clone Wars. It is primal, unfiltered, and it unsettles him. For the first time in decades, Vader cannot impose calm through sheer presence alone. He catalogs everything in tactical terms: intelligence, patterns, weaknesses. Even in retreat, the Flood were an enemy that could think. And yet, we survived. We can return to the Empire. But we must never speak of this. This cannot exist in records. The galaxy is unprepared. A moment of silence, and then a question he cannot answer. If they exist elsewhere, if even a fraction remained, can the Empire withstand such a force? On the Executor, the corridors are eerily quiet. Stormtroopers hunch over their blasters, scanning airlocks and empty hallways. Most of their detachment was lost to unfamiliar weapons, towering brutes, and the monstrous hunters. The survivors exchange glances, but no words are spoken. One of them, a private, whispers in a trembling voice, I've never seen anything like that. Not even Mandalore, not even the Separatists. They think, and they fight. They use our dead as tools. Another, older, harder, mutters only, we got lucky to still be breathing. But there's nothing left of us that can go back and tell the truth. They realize quickly, this is a war they cannot understand. Orders mean nothing when the enemy adapts faster than protocol. Weapons they have never seen gravity-based, plasma-based, biologically enhanced, were everywhere. The survivors carry guilt, horror, and numbness in equal measure. Some stare at the monitors, seeing the flashes of the ring's destruction in the distance. The light is beautiful, but it means death, annihilation, and complete erasure. On the bridge, the officers avoid eye contact with one another. Communications are near silent. Attempts to scan the sector yield only remnants of the destroyed ring and scattered debris. Sensors indicate no immediate threats, but each officer knows this. The galaxy they left is smaller now, insignificant in the face of what they witnessed. A gunner murmurs to himself, "Everything we fought, the separatists, the rebellion, entire planets, none of it mattered out there. Nothing we know mattered." The first officer shakes his head. "We can't report this. No one would believe us. It's too much." Vader allows the silence to remain. Words are futile. Thought, observation, and cataloging are all that can survive. He orders the course to Imperial space, but even the warp engines feel pale, insufficient. The galaxy is unchanged, yet he and the crew are irrevocably altered. Stormtroopers, shock, trauma, survivor guilt, numbness interspersed with fleeting terror, recognition that their combat experience is utterly inadequate for such threats. Executor crew, awe, existential terror, inability to contextualize what they've seen, disciplined fear tempered by orders, recognition that Imperial power is meaningless against forces truly alien to them. No one speaks of heroism. No one celebrates survival. They are changed. The Empire is unchanged, but the minds aboard the Executor have glimpsed something outside of the galaxy's understanding. The moment the ship stabilizes, back in its native galaxy, a priority encryption channel opens. Sidious demands a report before the Executor even finishes anchoring its shields. No surprise, he felt Vader slip out of the Force's visibility earlier, and he felt the return just as sharply. Vader stands alone in his hyperbaric chamber, helmet still scarred from plasma burns. His voice is steady, but the undertone is something Sidious hasn't heard from him in decades. Restraint. Not fear. Not hesitation. But the razor-edged discipline of someone who knows what he saw wasn't something that can be dismissed with dark side bravado. "My master, I have encountered a civilization outside this galaxy," Vader begins. Sidious leans in not physically, but through the Force, testing Vader's emotional currents like a predator scenting blood. Vader doesn't blink. He outlines the first contact. The Covenant, a theocratic empire of multiple species, Sanghaili, Jiralhane, Umgoy, Kigyar, each engineered, trained, and armed with weapons that exceed most Imperial tech in specific combat roles. Plasma capable of melting durasteel in seconds. Starships that can glass continents. Infantry who can match or exceed stormtrooper training tenfold. Sidious registers interest, true interest, not performative. A disciplined enemy empire built on holy war? That's the sort of structure he can use or dismantle. Vader moves on, and the UNSC humans, tenacious, strategically coherent under pressure, yet outmatched. Their technology is crude compared to ours, but their adaptability makes them dangerous. Sidious notes Vader's tone when describing the Spartan. Vader does not gush. He does not praise. But he speaks with precision. One of them, designation, Spartan, II. Code name, Master Chief. A soldier created for absolute efficiency. His judgment in catastrophic conditions is comparable to the best of the Jedi generals. Sidious actually smiles at that an acidic little curve. Comparable to Jedi. That means this chief is someone Sidious would either recruit, manipulate, or immediately kill. But Vader continues. Then he describes the fall of Reach. Vader outlines. Plasma bombardment stripping continents. Covenant coordination beyond anything the Empire fields outside Thrawn's designs. Sanghaili tactical brilliance. the catastrophic collapse of UNSC positions. He does not embellish, and he does not dramatize. He details facts. Sidious listens without interruption, absorbing every detail like a historian cataloging a future conquest. Then Vader reaches the part he hates saying out loud. The flood. Everything shifts. The chamber gets colder. Sidious senses the tension in Vader's voice, not fear, but the strain of describing something that does not fit into the Sith's framework of dominance and willpower. Vader lays out the truth. This parasite is unlike anything in this galaxy. It consumes biological matter, corpses, wounded, entire populations. It assimilates knowledge, memory, skill. It learns instantly. He doesn't soften it. He doesn't hide the casualties. Stormtroopers, Covenant elites, Marines, all were taken. Their bodies were repurposed within minutes. Sidious's satisfaction evaporates. This is not an enemy he can manipulate, not a species he can twist, not a weapon he can refine. This is entropy incarnate, a civilization eater, a species that evolves faster than the Force can warn him. Vader continues. They are coordinated, strategic, not mindless. They communicate through a central intelligence, a grave mind, a singular awareness with the memories of every being it has consumed. Sidious's silence becomes oppressive. He is recalculating entire galactic strategies in real time. Vader ends with the destruction of the Halo Ring. The Spartan destroyed their installation. The ring, the weapon intended to contain the parasite. Its destruction was necessary. Sidious absorbs that. The UNSC soldier chose annihilation over containment. An act both pragmatic and inconveniently noble. Sidious hates noble, but he cannot deny the effectiveness. Sidious speaks only after a long silence, voice smooth but edged with something new, something very, very close to concern. These beings, these parasites, they threaten more than empires. They threaten existence. Vader waits. Sidious adds, "This flood must never reach our galaxy. You were wise to return." Vader recognizes it. That was not praise. It was fear disguised as recognition. Sidious ends the transmission with a private directive. "Lord Vader, begin preparations. We shall discuss how the Empire must evolve. What you have seen cannot be ignored." The transmission cuts, and the truth settles across the Executor like fallout. The Empire, so proud, so invincible, has just learned it is a small, fragile thing in a much larger universe. Vader knows his master is already devising contingency plans, weapon programs, genetic manipulation, containment protocols, perhaps even a way to reach back into that other galaxy. But Vader? He stands alone on the bridge afterward, watching the stars, thinking only this. Even power has limits, and the flood is one of them. THEEXECUTORHYPERSP, a CETRANSIT. Perspective, Lieutenant Raul Vanis, Senior Bridge Adjutant. Hyperspace always gave the Executor a low, steady vibration. A sort of subsonic purr that you felt more than heard. Tonight, it was off, too sharp, too uneven, like the ship itself had indigestion. Vanis tried to ignore it. He'd been running tactical logs for the last 6 hours, reconstructing Lord Vader's report into a form Palpatine's inner circle could process without hyperventilating. He had no appetite for superstition, but even he had to admit the ship felt unsettled. He keyed up internal comms. Bridge to security status of Deck 12 transfer bay? Silence. Annoying, not alarming. Deck 12 always had dead zones. Before he could open a secondary channel, one of his text charners, dependable, level-headed, lifted a hand. Sir, drainage sensors in the waste recycling network are showing blockage spikes. Blockage from what? Unknown, but the mass is organic. Vanis felt a prickle crawl up his spine. Organic? Already? Then Charnas added, and it's spreading. Vanis stood. Alert, medical, quarantine protocol, Delta, and reroute that waste network now. Charnas nodded and began tapping commands. But the computer froze halfway through. The Executor never froze. Vanis caught something else in the silence. A distant metallic clang, faint, far below deck. One, then another. Rhythmic, heavy, like something crawling its way into the ventilation spine. He forced himself to focus. Get me security on Deck 12, now. Charnas tried. Multiple times. No response. Perspective shift stormtrooper, CT 1147, terse. Location, Deck 12, transfer bay corridor. Terse hated transfer bays. Too many blind corners, too much cargo stacked too high, too many shadows for smugglers or saboteurs to hide in. But the bays were quiet tonight, eerily quiet. His fire team fanned out behind him, rifles raised. Scanner shows movement, muttered Dree, the youngest of the group. Probably a trapped maintenance tech, Terse said, though he didn't believe it. The air smelled wrong. Tangy, metallic, wet. Then they found the first body. A technician, slumped against the bulkhead. The torso was split, like a rotten piece of fruit, ribs bent outward. Face was stretched in a frozen, soundless scream, and something had tunneled out through the jaw. Dree gagged in his helmet. Terse crouched and scanned the body. No blaster wounds. No shrapnel. No heat scoring. This wasn't a fight. He tapped the chest plate gently with the barrel of his E11. This was feeding. Before anyone could process that, a wet, skittering rustle came from the dark beyond the cargo containers. Then another on the overhead pipes. Then another behind them. The fire team froze as something small and bulbous scuttled across the floor into the light like a deformed starfish attached to a sack of flesh, probing the air. Pulsing, searching, it lunged. Dree screamed. Blaster fire lit the corridor. The parasite moved too fast. And when they finally blew it apart, 2 more dropped from the ceiling. Prospective Lieutenant Vanis. Alarms bloomed across his console. Biological contamination warning. Deck 12. Deck 14. Ventilation shafts. Waste network. Too fast. Far too fast. Seal bulkheads 18 through 23. He barked. The system refused the command. Override. He tried 3 different command chains. Nothing. It was as if something inside the system was rewriting priority access. Vanis turned to Charnas, low voice tight. Did we bring anything aboard after the surface retrieval? Anything that wasn't scanned? Charnas swallowed. There was one body, sir, found in a damaged pod. The medical team assumed it was a UNSC casualty. They took it to Morgue 3. I don't have records of a full biological scrub. Vanis slammed his fist onto the console. You fool. Get me Vader now. Static answered. Then the full security feed came online for a single flicker of a second. Enough to see Stormtrooper Terce's helmet calm. Enough to see Dree being pinned to the ground by an infection form as his body convulsed, armor plates popping like stress fractures. Enough to see a humanoid shape rising behind them, wrong posture, wrong joints, wrong eyes, swollen with flood biomass, wearing the shredded remains of an Imperial officer's uniform. Vanis whispered, God, help us. Perspective shift Vader. Location, Executor Meditation Chamber. The Force was screaming. Not crying. Not warning. Howling. Vader snapped upright from meditation without transition. Something hungry had awakened within his ship. Too many minds, twisted at once, too fast. A colony consciousness forming like rot. He tried to reach the bridge through the comm. And something answered instead. Not human. Not alive. A whisper of a collective mind brushing his consciousness.
We remember you. We remember Jedi, Sith, Warrior, Slayer. We consume all memory, all flesh, all will. You will feed us.
Vader ignited his saber on reflex. The chamber lights flickered. Something skittered across the ceiling vents. Perspective Terce, surviving helmet cam. His fire team was gone. Absorbed. He ran blind through the corridors, hearing screams behind him, some imperial, some twisted into gargled mimicry. The infection forms moved like living shrapnel. He turned a corner. For a brief moment, the infected Sanghaili form from the ring held his gaze, 4 jaws split open, mandibles stretched with flood tissue. It lifted him with one arm. His armor groaned. Terce screamed, and the feed cut. Perspective bridge. Lieutenant Vanis watched as feed after feed went dead. Deck 12, contaminated. Deck 13, lost. Deck 14, ventilation failure. Medbay 2, screams. Barracks 3, no visuals. Someone shouted behind him. The contamination is spreading through air vents. Atmospheric processors are malfunctioning. Vanis steadied himself. Evacuate non-essential sectors. Prioritize engineering and the bridge. Send a full report to Lord Vader. The lights died. Total darkness swallowed the bridge. And in the pitch-black silence, something wet dripped onto the deck plating. THEEXECUTORHYPERSP. Perspective, Stormtrooper T, K 2982, Harrow. Location, Deck 24, Crew Habitation Block C. Harrow sat on his bunk, helmet off, peeling ration paste from his tongue and trying to forget the things he'd seen on that ring. The Covenant beasts, the green armored giant, and the black armored demon who fought like a walking nightmare. The sound of a blade that was neither plasma nor metal, cutting through alien flesh like it was soft wax. His friend Marn, slouched on the bunk below, nudged him with a boot. You're doing the 1,000-meter stare again. Harrow grunted. We saw things no one's seen before. We weren't trained for that. Nobody's trained to watch their see or get bisected by an 8-foot lizard, Marn said, half joking, half not. We got lucky. Lucky. That word tasted sour now. Marn sniffed. Do you smell that? Harrow did. A faint, rotting sweetness. Like spoiled fruit, left to liquefy in a sealed crate. He tried to ignore it, the way soldiers ignore everything they're not ordered to address. But the smell got stronger. and then distant, but distinct, the sharp hiss pop of a lightsaber igniting. Steel nerves or not, both men froze. "That's Lord Vader's blade," Marn whispered. Harrow felt the hairs along his arms rise. Vader was terrifying enough when calm. If he had his saber out here, inside the ship, something was wrong. Really wrong. Perspective shift, 2 decks below crew lounge, 3A. Stormtroopers TK 4471, Karn, and TK 1570. The lounge lights flickered. The holotable sputtered static. Karn tapped it. "Probably a power routing issue," Red muttered. "Engineering's been sloppy since we took casualties on the ring." Karn didn't answer. He stared at his drink, took a slow breath. "You hear about Deck 12? He asked quietly. "No." Karn lowered his voice even more. "A body came back from the surface. UNSC armor, I guess. Medbay took it, didn't run a full scrub. Something happened. They're sealing decks." Red's shoulders tightened. "That's rumor trash." But there was fear behind the words. Karn shook his head. "I heard it from Jaylees in internal security. They found a tech split open. Ribs like gates. Something crawled out." They both flinched at a sudden metallic bang in the ventilation ducts, followed by a wet dragging. Red stood slowly. That wasn't the ship. Karn's throat clicked as he swallowed. "Let's get to Armory." They moved to the door. It stayed shut. Red hit the panel again, harder. Nothing. "Karn, why is it sealed?" Then the lights died entirely. Total black. Something scuttled across the ceiling above them, fast enough to sound weightless. Karn whispered, "We're not alone in here." Perspective, Harrow, and Marn. The hab deck emergency lights sputtered to life in dim red strips. Red always made everything feel like blood had entered the air system. Marn stood. "We should get to the corridor, if this is a drill." Static exploded across the deck's P, a system. Garbled screams. Wet impacts. A trooper yelling, "It's in the vents." "Don't let it." Then silence. Marn grabbed his helmet. "We're leaving." Harrow didn't move. Leaving to go where? If something's loose on the lower decks. We're not sitting in this coffin, waiting for whatever that was. Harrow forced his helmet on, fingers shaking. They stepped into the corridor. The hallway stretched long and dim, red lights trembling as if unsure they should stay on. The air felt humid, thick. Breathing suddenly took effort. Marn tapped Harrow's shoulder and pointed. Boot prints, a trail of them, staggering, dragging, some smeared with fluid. Greenish-brown. Harrow leaned close to the smear. It glistened with a faint, oily sheen, as if the liquid itself was still alive. He straightened sharply. "We should go the opposite direction." Then someone screamed from around the corner. Marn didn't hesitate. He ran. Harrow cursed and followed. They turned the corner and found Red on the ground, clutching his neck. Armor plate split like something had punched through from the inside. Karn knelt beside him, trying futilely to stop the bleeding. "Karn, what happened?" "Harrow!" shouted. Karn looked up, and Harrow saw the truth in his eyes. Karn's voice trembled. "We were locked in. Something got through the vent. Something fast." Red gurgled, eyes wide, choking on his own breath. Marn knelt, trying to stabilize him. And Red's hand snapped up with unnatural speed, grabbing Marn's wrist with bone-crushing force.
His body spasmed.
A gaping, ruptured cavity tore open in Red's torso, and something moved inside. Marn screamed. Harrow fired. Again. The thing inside Red retreated only to surge upward, clawing out through the ruined flesh. Karn shouted, "UN!" Marn stayed, trying to pull away. Harrow made a split-second decision. He grabbed Marn's arm. Marn fought him. "Don't leave him." D-O-N-T, Bay. Harrow yanked him free and dragged him backward as Red's corpse convulsed and split like soaked paper. Something small and spider-fast leapt after them. Karn raised his rifle. G.O. He fired point blank. The explosion lit the corridor. Karn screamed once before the emergency bulkhead slammed down and bisected him mid-torso, locking Harrow and Marn on one side, and the thing with the body on the other. Marn collapsed, sobbing behind his helmet. Harrow didn't comfort him. He couldn't. He was staring at the smear of Karn's blood under the bulkhead, watching it pulse. Perspective Shift Engineering Section, Deck 8. 2 engineers, Latherin and Miro. They were sealing coolant lines when the first thud hit the bulkhead. Miro froze. "What was that?" Latherin whispered. "Not Covenant. Not UNSC. Not Imperial." He paused. "Something hungry." Another thud. Closer this time. Miro backed away from the wall. "We should barricade the escape shaft." Latherin grabbed his arm. "That shaft leads to the rest of engineering. If we open it, whatever's out there gets everywhere. We hold this line." Miro stared at him with fear and disbelief. "We'll die. Better 2 of us than all of engineering." Miro swallowed. He trembled, then nodded. He stood his ground beside Latherin. The bulkhead dented inward as something hit it with impossible strength. Miro whispered, voice shaking, "Tell my family." Latherin cut him off. "Don't start that. Hold." The dent deepened. Metal creaked. Miro raised his tool like a club. "Hold," Latherin whispered again. Then the lights went out, and the bulkhead split. Perspective, Vader. The Force showed him everything. Screams like flickering embers being snuffed out. Pain spreading like wildfire across lower decks. A hunger with 1,000 whispering voices, learning the layout of his ship with every new body. He moved through the corridors, blade burning a crimson line through the dark. The flood forms that lunged at him were still primitive fresh hosts, fragile, meant to overwhelm softened prey. But they were adapting, fast. One human combat form raised a blaster rifle, trying to mimic firing stance. Vader severed it cleanly. Another lunged, mandibles clicking. Vader crushed it with the Force. But even he felt it, the slow, creeping truth. This ship was lost. The Executor groaned as it slipped through hyperspace, the hum of engines masking subtle vibrations in the deck. Most of the crew had not noticed at first, too accustomed to the ship's size, to its vibrations, but something else was moving now. Something alive. Something whispering in the shadows of the maintenance corridors, in the echoing veins of the massive ship. A pair of stormtroopers, fresh from the last skirmish, trailed through a rarely used service hatch. "Did you hear that?" One whispered. The other froze, ears straining. From deep within the ship came a scraping, a wet slide echoing over metal and conduit. They exchanged uneasy glances. "I don't know," the first muttered. "Maybe it's just the engines." But neither believed it. Something was off. The smell was the first real signal, copper, metallic, not from the ship itself. Something organic, rotten, pungent. It clung to the vents and poolings of coolant, seeped into their armor seals. A sick taste rose in their mouths, acrid and bitter. They pressed forward anyway, following orders to check the aft sections, knowing the bridge would be unreachable for the moment. And then, in a maintenance bay, they found it. A fellow trooper, twisted unnaturally, pale gray skin streaked with black veins, limbs contorted. He looked human, but the human they knew was gone. His eyes had gone black, pupils non-existent, yet he seemed aware, calculating, straining against the restraints. The troopers opened fire reflexively. Blaster bolts lit the room, scattering sparks across the deck. The infected moved faster than they should have, dodging, contorting. One trooper screamed and ran, sliding across the metal floor, only to catch a sharp clawed hand to the chest and vanish with a wet, horrifying rip. Elsewhere, a group of engineers huddled in the bowels of the ship, cutting open panels and tapping into emergency corridors. They had wandered into parts of the Executor they had never been to before, dark maintenance shafts, conduits running between engines, unlit service decks. Whispers spread among them. "Something's moving," one said. The sound of their own voices echoed back in distorted metal tones. Another replied, voice tight, "We need to make it to the lifeboats. Get out before it spreads." But one of them looked at the others with something sharp in his eye. "Or we could trap it in here. Maybe if we collapse the deck, we can stop it before it reaches hyperspace X." The others shuddered. Sabotage, desperation, fear twisted into potential rationality. One engineer pressed a palm to his face, muttering, "We are not leaving alive. This is not normal. Nothing is normal." Vader's presence was both a comfort and a terror to the crew. Deep in the lower decks, the sound of the lightsaber activated repeatedly swish. Whom, from, echoed down maintenance corridors. Sometimes it was accompanied by the weighty thud of bodies being thrown. Sometimes it was a scream, raw, human, or trooper, impossible to tell. A group of troopers ducked into a side hatch, peering down a corridor toward the glow of a blade reflected against steel walls. The figure wielding it was unseen, but the sound alone carried authority, menace, and absolute violence. One muttered, "He's fighting them, whatever they are." Another whispered, "We're lucky he's here, but not lucky enough." A smell followed the sound, a tang of ozone, of burning, of something else, organic, alien. The soldiers gagged, covering their mouths. Fear twisted their stomachs into tight, coiled knots. Every metallic clang of the ship became suspect, every shadow a potential predator. Not everyone survived the terror rationally. Some tried to amputate, to survive, severing a gangrenous arm to prevent infection, or hacking off a limb, trapped under debris to save friends. One officer threw himself over a small group of engineers to shield them from an infected soldier, taking claws through the chest for their escape. The screams of betrayal mingled with acts of sacrifice. One soldier shoved another into a bulkhead corridor to block pursuit, muttering curses and apologies, and was dragged screaming into darkness behind them. The corridors themselves became impossible to navigate. Emergency lights flickered against the spread of biomass creeping along conduits. Water cooling and waste systems became slick with unspeakable fluids. The smell was everywhere, sweet, coppery, acidic, sour. Desperation made even friends suspicious. Arguments flared. Hands went to blasters against comrades. Some tried to betray others to secure escape pods first. Vader heard it all, distant yet immediate. Screams, orders, shouted, the slithering wetness of movement in the metal vents. His own force-sensitive perception flickered, alerting him to the alien intelligence of the infection. This was no mindless horde. They had learned, adapted, and now was systematically hunting. Every corridor, every maintenance bay, every air vent a potential death trap. One incident crystallized the horror. A young trooper, desperate, made a run for an escape pod. Vader sensed it, surged forward through the force, grasped the pod as it launched, yanked the occupant out with brutal speed, and forced himself inside. The pod ejected. The trooper left screaming in the empty corridor. Around him, the sounds of clawed appendages tearing, moaning, and screams echoed. The Executor itself seemed alive with fear and dread. He stared into the void outside, breathing shallowly through his respirator, the force tingling with every movement of the ship behind him. Meanwhile, other perspectives unfolded across the ship. A communications officer, trapped with two others in a side deck, tried to call the bridge, only to hear replies garbled and drowned in screams. They saw shadows in the corridors, glowing appendages reflecting in their lenses, never fully human, never fully recognizable. Another pair of engineers stumbled across a maintenance bay, discovering the partially infected remains of a soldier they knew. One turned to the other, whispering, We have to leave. It's learning. It knows us. And somewhere, the constant hum and occasional swoosh of Vader's blade was both terrifying and protective, but too far to save anyone from immediate death. The ship's atmosphere was suffocating, metallic, wet, reeking of rot and burning wires, hot and cold at the same time from localized energy discharges. Fear had become a tangible pressure. No one could trust anyone. Friends betrayed friends, some sacrificed themselves, and every corner of the Executor held the possibility of death, infection, or both. This is the slow, breathing horror that builds across hours of survival. The ship is no longer a tool of war. It is a living nightmare. No one is safe. Every deck, corridor, and vent is potentially lethal. Vader's control, usually absolute, has been tested to its limits. Stormtroopers mutter, scream, and sometimes collapse in panic. The infected learn, adapt, and strike unpredictably. The Executor stumbled violently through space, heat and energy surging along conduits as emergency thrusters fired erratically. Inside the Executor, chaos had fully taken hold. The corridors had become labyrinths of horror. Fires flickered along the walls, smoke curling with a pungent, sickly odor. Electrical conduits sparked sporadically, bathing the dark halls in staccato light that revealed forms twisted by infection. A trooper pulled into biomass, limbs elongating and folding unnaturally as the flood absorbed him, his screams echoing long after the body had vanished. A lieutenant and two engineers were huddled in a narrow shaft. One of them, realizing the infection had reached the aft engines, muttered with trembling lips, "If we don't stop the engines, we'll never get out of hyperspace intact." Will just his words cut off as a clawed arm shot from the ceiling, rending him in two. The remaining engineer screamed, slamming a bulkhead panel over the shaft, trapping his friend, but not for long. Others took desperate measures. A group of senior officers decided to sabotage key conduits, ripping panels open and cutting power to the hyperspace drive. "If we can't survive, at least we stop it from leaving," one hissed. Sparks danced around their helmets as they pried circuits apart, the smell of ozone mixing with blood and rot. They didn't see the figures crawling along the walls, moving with intelligence, adjusting their attacks to the humans' patterns, learning from each strike. The flood, now partially self-aware, began to integrate, not just the bodies of the dead, but the memories of the high-ranking officials and engineers it absorbed. One officer, struggling in the biomass, felt his thoughts stretch thin, ripped, and assimilated. A sequence of strategic plans, a lifetime of ambition, then nothing. Another, a scientist, found himself awake inside the flesh, watching memories of the Executor's navigation and hyperspace routines being shredded and reassembled within the organism. They could hear the screams of others, some pleading, some hysterical, echoing in the collective consciousness of the flood as it expanded. In the command deck, a storm of panic had erupted. Those who remained tried to barricade themselves in, watching conduits twist, floors buckle, and ventilation ducts pulse with living material. The smell of decay was suffocating. The ship groaned as energy fluctuations from the sabotaged engines caused it to exit hyperspace violently. Sections of the hull burned and tore open, revealing fragments of space and warning lights screaming red. The flood had begun to manipulate the ship itself, using tendrils of biomass to reroute power, to stabilize or destabilize conduits, to absorb and utilize the machinery. A high-ranking admiral, struggling against grasping biomass, could only whisper in disbelief. It knows the ship. It's thinking the organism absorbed him finally, pulling him into a mass of gray-black flesh that swallowed lights, blasters, and screams alike. Some had been dragged into conduits. Others were ripped apart by friends fighting for their own survival. Others were being absorbed alive, their consciousnesses streaming into the ever-growing collective of the flood. Vader's mind cataloged it clinically, but the horror of it penetrated deeper than usual. He felt the weight of every scream he could not reach, every life snuffed out because of the sheer intelligence and adaptability of the enemy. There is no victory here. There is only survival and the lesson of helplessness. The last sight the Force offered him before the pod jumped into warp toward the nearest Imperial coordinates was the Executor itself, the bowels of flame, conduits writhing with living, thinking biomass, emergency lights flickering uselessly, and echoes of the ship's highest officers screaming in unison, now part of the organism, their memories and logic feeding the self-aware flood. The vessel was a grave and a seed, a crucible of horror that would never be fully understood by the galaxy. The moment Vader's pod vanished into the dark, the ship changed. It was subtle at first, nothing more than a shift in tone, a coldness, as though the Executor itself realized the last real apex predator had abandoned it. Then came the screams. The flood, now unchallenged by the only presence capable of carving them apart through walls, spread with the cold efficiency of an intelligent plague. Down in a secondary corridor, two stormtroopers, Marin and Halvos, clung to each other behind a half-sealed blast door. They hadn't seen Vader leave. They hadn't even believed he could leave. To them, he was invincible, a force of nature, the only thing that might have held this nightmare back. Now the lights flickered. Something wet slapped the deck outside. Marin tasted copper in the recycled air. He's not coming. I heard the engines, the pod launch. He's gone. Halvos gritted his teeth behind his helmet. He wouldn't abandon the flagship. He would if he knew we're done. I saw that thing, Keys. That thing used to be a captain. His breathing hitched. Whatever hit that ring, we've brought it home. A heavy thud pressed against the other side of the blast door. A chittering sound, wet, multitonal, intelligent. They froze, then silence. Halvos whispered, maybe it moved on. The silence broke with a blade of bone puncturing straight through the metal, inches from Marin's visor. They ran. UPPERDECKS. A trio of officers had rigged a security post into a barricaded refuge. Red emergency lights pulsed over their pale faces. A lieutenant, Rannick, stood at the door, hand trembling on his blaster. The others argued behind him. "We can't let anyone else in," said Commander Telev, voice cracking. "The infection spreads through contact, through spores, through everything. The next one who bangs that door could already be one of them." "They're our crew," protested Sergeant Viles. "We let them die. We die with them." "No," Telev hissed. "We let them in. We die as them." Rannick swallowed hard. He couldn't get the image out of his head, the medical bay where he'd last seen Chief Surgeon Yarrow. Half her face was still human, crying even as the tumors, tendrils, and extruded bone replaced her skull. The flood had left her eyes intact until the last moment, so she could see herself become it. Someone pounded on the door. "Please, please, open up." Viles moved to open it, but Telev shot him in the back. "Protocol," Telev spat through teeth that chattered with fear. Rannick stared at the dying sergeant. He didn't scream. He didn't breathe. He just realized Telev had crossed a line he couldn't uncross. The pounding stopped. Something else began pounding, something much heavier. LOWERENGINEWELF. In a coolant trench far below, smoke and steam billowed over a technician named Drex. Infection tendrils had slithered along the ceiling, dropped onto the deck, and wrapped around his left arm like a living rope. He'd slammed it under a hatch, screaming, smashing, kicking. He knew what happened to infected bodies. He'd seen the biomass. With his right hand shaking, he took the cutting torch off the wall. "I am not becoming that." The torch lit with a hiss. He pressed it to his arm. The scream tore through the trench like a siren. The stench of burning flesh mixed with the metallic taste of coolant vapor. When it was over, the tendril and his severed arm lay twitching on the deck. He stumbled to his feet, clutching the stump. Blood sprayed across the grating. Then a shadow moved across the upper gantry. Not human, not Covenant. A form molded from 3 or 4 bodies' stormtrooper legs, an Imperial officer's torso, the elongated skull of a former medic moving with unnatural cohesion. It saw the torchlight. It saw the blood. It saw Drex. He ran. His blood left a red trail on metal. MIDDECKS. 3 engineers worked feverishly inside the hyperspace control nexus, smoke pouring from busted relays, sparks arcing across the ceiling. "We can't steer this thing," shouted Chief Engineer Velo. "The biomass is inside the systems rerouting power its way, not ours." "If we can't disable the engines," muttered Ensign Corrin, "we sabotage the couplings. Force an uncontrolled drop. That'll tear the ship apart." Corrin met her eyes. Good. They worked in grim silence until a scream rang out from the catwalk above. A security officer was lifted into the air by something unseen in the smoke, then slammed repeatedly against the wall until his helmet shattered like glass. Velo dropped the detonator. "We're out of time." A pulsating mass of infected bodies slithered down the wall toward them, tendrils stretching, learning their movements, pre-reading their panic. Corrin grabbed the charges and sprinted to the couplings. "Cover me." They covered nothing. The biomass fell on Velo and the 3rd engineer, consuming them in seconds, their cries dissolving into gurgles. Corrin placed the charges, hit the detonator, and whispered, "For the galaxy." The Executor lurched so violently out of hyperspace that dozens died instantly. The flood didn't. It adapted. Somewhere deep in the biomass, The minds of high-ranking Imperial officials flickered like dying stars. Consciousnesses merged, their memories twisted, their logic, their training, their strategic knowledge all fed into a singular, rising intelligence. The flood began to understand hyperspace, starship architecture, Imperial communications, Star Wars biology, and the galaxy they have just entered. As the Executor burned, the flood, now more alive, more aware, more dangerous than ever, spread across the decks, absorbing, learning, thinking. The last surviving crew no longer thought of escape. They thought of mercy killings and prayed for a faster death. The Executor fell out of the jump lane like a wounded Leviathan, half dead and half dreaming, its engines coughing plasma in uneven, arrhythmic pulses. Coruscant's orbital traffic control registered it before anyone saw it, an object too massive to ignore, too damaged to classify, and too silent to accept. Communications channels lit up. Executor, identify. Executor, do you copy? Executor, this is Coruscant Orbital Authority, requesting vector correction. Nothing. Just dead static. Not the kind caused by jamming. The kind born from something in the signal chain having been destroyed, consumed, or replaced by an intelligence with zero interest in answering. The ship drifted, coasting, not steering, not slowing. Its bow sagged like a corpse's jaw, plates missing, girders exposed, lights strobing in dying patterns. To the average citizen in the upper towers, it looked like a wounded god falling from the sky. PERS, PECT, IVECORUS, CIEILIAN. Javlerin, a transport coordinator, stood on his balcony high above the sky lanes. He'd seen star destroyers hundreds of times, sleek, confident, precise machines of Imperial authority. He'd grown so used to their presence that they'd become traffic background scenery, part of the skyline. But this thing, emerging over the horizon, this wasn't a ship. It was a burned monolith, dragging a long shadow across the clouds as it descended. Is that the Executor? His neighbor whispered behind him. Jav didn't answer. The shape wasn't right. The hull looked torn open in several places. Entire sections were sagging, melted, buckled. A trail of glowing debris streaked behind it. It wasn't slowing. Air horns blared. Skylanes shifted. Civilian traffic rerouted. Jav's datapad buzzed with emergency notices. Then he realized something unsettling. He could not see any running lights. No engine stabilization. No vector corrections. No escort ships. Just a superstar destroyer moving on a slow, unstoppable descent path toward the planet. Why aren't they diverting it? Someone shouted. Jav whispered the truth before he realized he'd spoken it aloud. There's no one alive flying that thing? PERS, PECTIVECOR, USCANTSE, CURITYOFFICER. Sergeant Ren Varlo of the Coruscant Guard sprinted across the sky bridge toward a control station, helmet on, rifle slung. Controllers inside were shouting into dead comms, frantically attempting handshake protocols with the Executor. He saw the trajectory calculation on the holo, a slow line curving toward the northern megacity plate. Population estimate, 22 million. Ren felt his stomach knot. A crash from that height, at that mass, meant instant planetary-scale devastation. He keyed his helmet mic. This is Sergeant Varlo to all Guard units. We need planetary shield. I repeat, planetary shields. The response came fast and bleak. Shields are offline in that sector. Too close for a full cycle. We don't have time. Coruscant had always believed itself insulated. A fortress of light surrounded by fleets, bureaucracy, and the gentle arrogance of a world that thought it had already seen history's darkest hours. Its people mistook that comfort for permanence. Then, the Executor fell through the clouds. No message, no challenge, no survivors crying out for rescue. Just a wounded colossus, drifting without purpose or pilot, trailing smoke across the sky like a dying star that had decided to aim itself at the beating heart of the Empire. Millions watched it descend, commuters frozen mid-step, senators staring from balconies, soldiers unsure whether to raise weapons or simply pray. There were no shapes crawling across the hull, no monsters peering from breached plating, only absence. An absence that suggested something far worse than an invasion. Impact came before comprehension. He looked up. The Executor was beginning to burn an atmosphere. A streak of expanding fire wrapped around its hull. It still made no sound. Nothing moved on the exterior. No visible bodies. No flailing limbs. Just a silent, smoking dagger descending. His commander stepped beside him and muttered, "Something's wrong. Something's very wrong." Ren didn't know what happened out there in the void. He only knew the Empire had never lost control of the Executor. Until now. The Executor hit Coruscant like a meteor. A wall of air compressed and detonated outward, flattening towers, shattering windows across multiple sectors. The bow carved into the surface level, vaporizing civilians instantly. Firestorms ignited. Shockwaves rippled through the lower levels, crushing entire blocks. From orbit, the superstar destroyer looked like a burning scar across the Ecumenopolis, an open wound bleeding light and fire. Teams scrambled. Emergency sirens echoed across 1,000 districts. The first emergency responders arrived to find nothing recognizable inside the breach, just darkness, smoke, and the sound of metal groaning under stress. Nobody dared enter. They didn't know they should thank themselves for that. IMPERIALP The shock hit the palace with enough force to rattle the obsidian fixtures in the Emperor's private meditation chamber. Crimson Guards steadied themselves as alarms cascaded down the corridors. Palpatine rose slowly from his throne, eyes narrowed, expression rigid, not with fear, but calculation. Report. A trembling military aide bowed deeply. My Emperor, the Executor, it has crashed. We have no... I can sense that. Palpatine's voice slithered like oil. What I cannot sense is Lord Vader. He reached out through the Force, searching for the familiar pit of hatred that defined his apprentice. Nothing. Not death. Not life. Just absence. An anomaly. A mistake in the pattern of the galaxy. A reminder that the unknown still existed. The aide swallowed. Shall we begin recovery operations? Palpatine turned away, cloak whispering across the polished floor. No. Seal the sector. Quarantine it. Prepare my shuttle. Coruscant is already lost. He did not yet know what happened aboard the Executor, but he knew one thing with absolute clarity. Whatever brought down Darth Vader's flagship was not finished. And it was now on his capital world. In the vacuum that followed before alarms, before sirens, before the bureaucratic machine even understood what it was losing, Coruscant learned the first truth of the flood. It doesn't announce itself. It arrives. And by the time you understand it, understanding is already useless. Somewhere deep in the galaxy, Vader lived with his new knowledge, the one thing he was never meant to carry, a threat that did not fear him, could not be bargained with, and would not stop. And on Coruscant, beneath the choking clouds of fire and pulverized durasteel, the second truth waited to unfurl. The biomass was already learning, already thinking, already hungry. Palpatine, sharp as broken glass, felt the disturbance crawl through the Force like a cold hand gripping his spine. He did not yet know the shape of the doom advancing on his empire, but he knew it was real. He knew it had begun, and as he turned from the crumbling skyline, preparing to abandon the capital he had ruled like a god, the final truth followed him like a shadow. This was not an attack. This was a beginning.